You're good. All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. So I hereby call to order the May 25th, 2026, May 21st, 2026 meeting of the Town of Frisco Planning Commission. Would Kim please call the roll? Is it you? Sorry.
Conley?
Here.
Jay? Oh, Forsyth?
Here.
Lesmus?
Here.
Trivio?
Here.
Withrow?
Here. Great. All right, the previous planning commission meeting minutes have been distributed. If commissioners have any comments or corrections, please voice them now. Do I have any comments, issues, concerns, questions, changes? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes unanimously. All right, so next on the agenda is public comment. This is a meeting of the Frisco Planning Commission. Any public comments that anyone in the audience may wish to make on a subject not on this evening's agenda may be made now. Citizens making comments should state their name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Does anybody in the audience wish to make any comments related to not on something on tonight's agenda? There is Candace. Anybody online wish to make a comment? Being none, we will open it up to our agenda items. First thing on the agenda is the Planning Commission to elect officers. Sorry, before I do that, let me go ahead and just read my thing, even though the first thing on the agenda is to elect officers, but at this time, I would like to open the public meeting portion of the Planning Commission agenda. This commission is appointed and serves as an advisory board to the town council. It has certain final authority as identified in the individual staff reports. For each item on the agenda this evening, a staff report will be presented. After the staff report, planning commissioners will ask questions of the staff. We will then allow the applicant, if they choose, to make a presentation. After that, the public may comment on the application. So again, first item on the agenda is the Planning Commission election of officers.
Great. I'll give you
Hey,
a quick
Katie.
intro. First, congrats to all those of you who were reappointed last week. Well done. You were all reappointed who had ran. So council approved that last week. So yes, since it's the first meeting after being reappointed and after the council kind of term starts also, we always just do a new members vote. It can be the same chair, vice chair. It can be different. Usually the way we do it, if anyone hasn't been here before, is you say who you think you would like to have be chair and vice chair, and then there's discussion, and then there's a vote. So very simple, but.
And we typically rotate. So I've been the chair for 2 years now, so I think it's time to rotate.
I said, you don't have to change, and you were quick to note. You know?
It's time for somebody else. Is there anybody that would like to be the chair? Who's the vice chair, Andy?
Seems like that's the progression.
I'll take that step if you guys want me to, but if anybody else wants to turn.
I'd second Andy. Makes a great chair.
Who wants to be vice then? Somebody want to step in?
All right. Yeah. I'll make a motion, Candace, to be vice chair. Second.
Second.
Can we agree on Andy? Okay, Andy, you're Andy. Next time. Start next time?
That was Candace,
right?
You want to do that?
How does it work?
She
We start next
finishes
time,
the
or do I finish?
meeting.
Yeah, let's go ahead. If that's okay with you, we'll just keep it that way today. Technically, we could change it up right now, but since we didn't talk about it ahead of time. And I apologize, I missed who actually made the second of that motion. Was that Kelsey?
I second.
Yes, thank you.
As the. I second both. Well, I thought you made the motion.
You made the motion
Oh.
first.
Oh,
did
it?
Okay. You did.
All right.
Seconded it.
She technically made the motion by seconding it.
Yeah.
It's okay though.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna say Rithrow made the motion to appoint Andy Stabile as chair and Candace Day as vice chair. Motion seconded by Planning Commission. Does that work? Is that what I heard or what someone heard? Thank.
Make the motion, second minute. I just do it all.
I kind of needed it a little more.
I think I still hold the record for the shortest meeting too,
Thank you.
so it's on.
Yeah, not tonight.
Wasn't it like 5 minutes or something? It was ridiculous.
All right. Next item on the agenda is planning file number MAJ 26 0002. A sketch plan review of the major site plan application for a proposed residential development consisting of 8 new townhomes and 1 existing home to remain. Location is 40 and 42 Granite Street / lots 6 through 12, block 3, King Solomon subdivision number 2. The applicant is Ed Ank, representing McCater LLC, and I'll stop right there. And Chris, Emma, could you give us the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. So today we're reviewing a proposal to construct 8 new townhomes and keep 1 existing house at 40 and 42 Granite Street. This is the sketch plan review, which is an early design phase allowing the Planning Commission to provide feedback before their full site plan application. And as a reminder, there's no vote on a sketch plan, just giving feedback. And so both 40 and 42 Granite have existing single-family homes on those properties. A minor site plan application was approved in 2024 to relocate the house at 40 Granite to the northwest corner of the site and demolish a detached garage to prepare for this future development. And the house at 42 Granite is still there, but will be demolished as part of this application. The applicant is proposing to add 8 new townhomes to the properties in addition to the existing house on 40 Granite. The new units would be spread across 4 buildings, and the unit and building breakdowns are here on the screen, but I'll go through it as well. So building A is proposed to have 3 units, which are units 1, 2, and 3, all 4-bedroom units. That's the building. You see my cursor? I don't know. On the south of the site. Building B also has 3 units. Those are units 6, 7, and 8. And those are all 4-bedroom units here on the north side. Building C has 2 units. They're 1 2-bedroom and 1 3-bedroom. Those are units 4 and 5. And then the existing house in the northwest corner, which has 1 unit. Staff interpreted that this building had 3 bedrooms because there was an enclosed office. But I was just talking with the applicants right before this meeting, and it sounds like the office is very small and doesn't meet the building code definition of a bedroom. So we can discuss that. Sometimes planning will have them mark that as not to be used as a bedroom if it doesn't meet the building code definition. So that's one potential solution. But in the staff report, we noted that it was a 3-bedroom house. So we can come back to that if you want. This project is in the residential high density zoning district. So multi-unit dwellings, townhomes, and detached single family homes are all permitted uses. The proposed project is in compliance with the comprehensive plan as outlined in your staff report, and it meets all the dimensional requirements in the RH zone district. These will all be verified again at full site plan review, and a little bit more information was requested for the final site plan, like showing the setbacks on all floor plans so we can verify any portions of the structure that are sticking out. Public Works and Engineering gave preliminary comments on access, drainage, grading, and utilities. So those comments were incorporated in the staff report and in this presentation. And we received some other preliminary referral comments as well. My notes are mixed up. Okay. For access, the applicants are showing 1 driveway off of Granite Street on the north side here that would access units 7 and 8. 1 driveway off of Madison Avenue that would access units 5 and 6 and the single family house. Madison Avenue is actually a county road, so we did refer this to the county, and they're going to need an access permit for that driveway connection. And then there are 4 driveways proposed off of Taylor Street Alley, 1 for each of units 1, 2, 3, and 4. An updated driveway waiver is going to be needed from Public Works for those driveways because 3 of them are closer than 30 feet apart. But Public Works has indicated support for that waiver in their preliminary comments, given that it causes only 1 driveway off of Granite. And they liked that because Granite is a collector street. And there's also the potential for the complete streets plan on Granite in the future. So what else? There's no traffic study required for this project. And staff is encouraging the applicants to consider constructing the sidewalk along Granite that's shown in the complete streets plan, but they're not required to. We don't have code language to require it. So they're encouraged, but not required. The application requires 33 parking spaces and 33 spaces are provided. Depending on how we interpret that office in the existing house, they may or may not need to reassign this guest parking space to be a space for the house. If the office can just be an office and marked not a bedroom, then they can have an extra parking space as a visitor space. Turning radiuses will need to be shown at the final review to verify that all the parking is accessible. Engineering specifically noted the spaces for units 7 and 8 look like they might be an issue, so those will be verified. And then there is tandem parking for buildings A and B. So as you know, we have those tandem parking criteria for you to consider whether this proposal meets 2 out of the 4 criteria. And then they'll also need to provide 2 additional bike parking spaces. These are those tandem parking criteria if you want to review them in detail with relation to this project. We can come back to it later. For landscaping and snow storage, they just needed a couple of very minor changes to their tree sizes to meet the landscaping requirements. And then the snow storage quantities are all met for all the driveways and rooftop decks. They still need to show snow storage for the walkways. And then staff was wondering about the feasibility of a couple snow storage things. So on the right in this slide, you can see the areas in yellow. There's on the sort of north box, there are bike parking spaces in that spot. So if Planning Commission has concerns about that, you can comment during discussion. And then these parking spaces on the south side don't have snow storage immediately around them. So staff was sort of wondering how they're going to manage that snow storage as well. For residential development standards, all the building facades are showing sufficient articulation. The proposed materials meet the material requirements. We do have a material board up at the front if you want to see any materials in particular. We can pass that around. It's like down there. Staff also felt that the design provided architectural relief from duplication of buildings and units, but you can feel free to comment on that if you have concerns. There were a couple minor bulk plane encroachments that'll need to be calculated, but they're not significant. So I'll flip through a couple of the building elevations for you to see. This is building A, the south elevation, which is facing Teller Street Alley. This is the north elevation of that building, so facing an internal courtyard. This is one of the ones that the units are similar, but we do think they're not duplicative because there are some minor differences. But if you have concerns about that, you can feel free to comment. This is building B facing Granite Street and the internal courtyard. And building C, which faces Madison and internal area as well. For roof pitches, town code requires pitched roofs or flat roofs with pitched elements. All 3 of the buildings, of the new buildings, have some pitched element, but it's mostly flat roof. So I wanted to show the roof design for all 3 buildings in case you have concerns about that. So this is building A, and there are pitched elements on either end, and those shed roofs kind of along the second level. This is building B, which it looks like just has one pitched element that's circled in yellow on the far right. And then building C has more pitched elements. It's sort of more pitched on the left side of that roof plan and then flat on the right. So no public comments were received in advance on this application. And staff doesn't have any major concerns for the planning commission to talk about, but please comment on any feedback you have about the building design or the site design. And there's this list of potential discussion topics for you to think about if you do have feedback. And any feedback you provide will guide the applicant in submitting their final site plan. So I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Emma. Let's start with questions on this end. Kelsey, do you have any questions of the staff?
I don't have questions for staff. Thank you.
Candace?
I have a quick question on the like roof pitches and the design elements. Do you look at all the buildings as a whole, or do you look at each individual building meeting the code?
I think for the roof pitches, we would want each building to have pitched elements, but beyond that, it's not specific how much pitched element is needed to meet the code.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer this, but what are your thoughts on like the access and the parking for this many units in that parcel?
Do you have like a specific
Just
concern
like,
or thought?
it
you're
feels
having?
like a lot of driveways and a lot of like,
Yeah.
they're meeting the parking. It's like the same conversation every time of like,
Yeah.
tandem parking, and we know how that goes.
Yeah.
And it's meeting code, but like, if we're giving waivers for driveway widths being close, like,
Yeah.
does any of that concern you guys?
Well, I will say the tandem parking, it's not all in like a shared garage sort of, or in a shared area like we've seen before. It is individual garages with the tandem spaces right
Okay.
behind the individual garage. There are the 4 driveways on Teller Street Alley, so yeah, that's more up to Public Works, whether they are okay with that or not. You know, they could require the applicant to combine those driveways for shared access, but they seem to be okay with it. But
Did
I
they
think if you
present
have,
anything with different driveways and in the iteration?
there were, I mean, so they had a site plan maybe 3 years ago that had, I think it had more driveways, and then they consolidated on Granite Street. The applicant might be able to speak to that a little better of what that iteration looked like. Yeah. Mhm.
Yes. Questions?
Is there, excuse me, thanks, Emma, is there an elevation that shows like how everything will look with the existing home? Did I miss that? Cause that's just one of my curiosities, like we have
Yeah.
this existing home and then this kind of brand new modern condo.
I don't think there is an elevation that shows them side by side. I can pull up the existing house if you'd like to see it.
Oh, it's okay.
Are
Um,
they reciting the house to match?
yeah, they are reciting the
Okay,
existing house with some of the wood material and then corrugated metal along the bottom. So the siding will match the new buildings, or, you know, have the same material.
Great. No other questions for me, thank you.
Andy, any questions of staff?
Couple, on the existing house, this question of whether or not the office is a bedroom, we don't have any plans of that, so I take it you're not asking us to weigh in on that in any way. You're gonna make that call.
I think if you have an opinion, feel free
We
to.
don't have anything to look at to form an opinion, right? We don't have the floor plans for that house.
So the floor plans were in the packet for the existing house. I'm also happy to show it on the screen if that's helpful.
What about the existing floor plans?
Yeah,
The original? I don't think we have the original floor plan.
Or it was,
no, the one right now where,
Yeah.
like, where we could see this office space. Yeah, well, because there are other
it's kind of small there.
qualifications, right? Proximity to bathroom and whether or not it has a closet.
Yeah, and so for the, well, I know, so for the planning code, how we saw it is it's enclosed with walls and a door, and therefore it meets the definition in planning of a bedroom. So I think I don't know the building code probably as well as you do. So if you know whether that meets,
But there's no closet.
there's no closet.
What's the tax record say? Because
I can't remember.
This is in the
Yeah.
existing home.
Mhm.
This is existing.
And they have a spot, whether if even if we did call it a bedroom, they can cover that with it,
Yeah,
with it.
because they provided an extra visitor parking space, so they could convert that one to a space for the house.
No, that seems fine. I think building code looks at closets for sure, and then, you know, proximity to bathroom, it's not immediately adjacent to the bathroom, so. And then the size obviously makes it a little tougher too. Another question I had, there's a space on the site plan called common amenity space at the end of the sort of alley between buildings A and B. I know our code sometimes requires that community space. Is that satisfying a requirement, or is that just an internal?
That's just something they're providing. That requirement's just for non-residential development standards.
Just want clarification on that. And then with respect to that snow storage, you highlighted one that I had a question about. Certainly the just outside of unit 3, where there's the guest parking and the extra unit 5 parking space, and there's no immediately adjacent snow storage. Does our code get specific about it being adjacent to the space that you're supposed to be storing snow for?
Yeah, I believe it does say it has to be adjacent to the area, and because that's connected to all the other area.
So somebody'd have
You
to,
could probably interpret that to say they need snow storage adjacent to those spaces.
and we are already,
Sorry, this diagram that's on the screen, was there
Mhm.
another one that I thought you had another one that was?
Yeah,
more-
it shows it on 2 of the plans. This is their regular, just the site plan, and it does show it in the hatched area as snow storage. But then there was on the landscaping plan, I think it was the landscaping and snow storage plan.
Will you put that one up here?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Mhm. There we go.
Okay.
so tricky but not impossible to get the snow from those 2 spots all the way up across the parking lot into the other spots.
Andy, which parking spots are you talking about?
Down here in this area right here, she's highlighted it here in this yellow. There's these 2 spots down here, and their snow storage is up here on the other side of the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so there's nothing really adjacent to those spots. And if you think about a snowplow trying to get snow through that parking lot,
Yeah.
it just seems tricky. But I was curious at how specific our code gets when it talks about that. Sounds like they might be technically meeting that as adjacent to the paved area.
Hmm.
But whether or not it's functional is questionable. Okay, and you said we've already asked for turning radiuses for all those tandem spots, so there's not much more we can hash out about that right now. We want to see that they function, but whether we doubt it or not right now is sort of debatable. Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. April, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. So the driveway and sidewalks that go out onto Granite Street, is that just gonna end up being a reduction in parking spaces for the redesign of Granite, or is there parking there?
No, so the parking for Granite would actually be on the other side of the street. So on their side of the street, it would just be a sidewalk.
Okay,
Mhm.
and then the driveway, you said because that's a Summit County managed Madison,
Mhm.
they have to get like a waiver to do that?
Permit. Yep.
I thought there was mention in your report also about that sidewalk.
Yeah,
Can
and
they also get an access for the sidewalk, or do they have to move it?
sounds like they have to move it. Yeah. So the county said that they don't allow a pedestrian connection if there's no pedestrian infrastructure in that right of way. So this sidewalk in the bottom left coming out of unit 4 will have to be redirected somewhere else.
And I couldn't tell from the landscape plan, this might be a question for these guys, but it's because that one graphic that shows everything green, is it grass that's gonna be in between all the buildings? Or is that mentioned?
Over like in this kind of courtyard area.
Yeah,
I believe they'd have to revegetate it, but I can let the applicant
okay, I
answer
can
that
talk
too.
to them about that. I think that's
Make
it for me
sure.
then.
I have a couple questions. First, on the driveways, So you're supposed to have this 30-foot separation. These are shy of 30 feet. Roughly how far apart are they?
I don't remember.
I guess, is it 20? 20. And I guess we don't weigh in on whether Public Works makes a waiver or not, approves or disapproves a waiver. We don't wait.
We have in the past, when planning commission has had feedback, we do provide it to Public Works so they're aware of it. And they can take it into consideration. So we do pass your comments on when they're relevant to Public Works.
Okay.
After, so if you have comments, I would, as a group, when you get to discussion, provide it.
But I'm guessing there's criteria and right? Okay. On Granite Street, so back to the template for the complete street for Granite Street. I see an opportunity for this developer or somebody to start filling in what that would look like, and I still don't see that happening.
Mhm.
And I don't know what the question is for you, other than, are we just gonna wait until we build Granite Street, the complete street part of it, and hope, and just connect all these sidewalk connections to it?
Yeah, I will say we did ask the town attorney about this, and he said the language isn't strong enough for us to require applicants to do it.
Language.
There is language in there that, in the access section, and I can't, say it exactly off my head, but, that requires like the pedestrian connections to the street or something like that in accordance with the Trails Master Plan. And his interpretation was that just means they have to connect the sidewalks to the street. It's not strong enough for us to make them build a sidewalk. So,
To the street, you mean the asphalt?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like connect through the right of way to the asphalt, to the existing asphalt.
And then, I'm sorry, can you talk about, you talked about the tandem parking situation was an issue for 2 units, but to me, it exists in just about all of them.
Yeah, I think the engineer was looking at units 7 and 8, and I think he just specifically noted that the outer parking spaces would be difficult to access for those units.
Because of the curve in the driveway
Yeah,
type thing? Okay. I see. But we see that all the time, right?
yeah.
That's pretty difficult.
Yeah, and so,
Picture a car in the inside spot.
This. Oh, that's what is that color?
so what's the brown?
A deck above.
Oh, that's deck above?
Tick above, okay.
That's not a parking space.
No.
Yeah.
So where's the garage? Is it
These
the
are
pink or the yellow?
The yellow is the garages. So
The yellow are outdoor spots and the pink are indoor spots.
Thanks.
Oh,
The
that's
yellow
the
spots
garage.
are under.
Mhm.
They're under a building, but they're not in a garage.
Right.
Behind the garage.
Oh, I see. The pink is a garage. I see them now. Okay, got it. I'm sorry, can you, and the brown is an overhead hanging deck?
Yeah.
I think I'm.
Tick above.
Deck above. Yeah. Okay. On these units, do you have the ability of increasing the number of bedrooms somehow? Or decreasing?
Like from, if they were to build them as shown, or what do you mean?
Build a wall? I don't know.
You mean
Because-
in the future, if they could
Yeah.
change it?
I guess you could. There's nothing preventing them, right?
Well, they would have to submit an interior finish or an admin site plan to us, and planners don't allow a new bedroom if it doesn't have a new parking spot.
Up to 4.
Up to 4,
Thank you.
yeah. So the
Yeah.
4 bedrooms, if they added a 5th, they wouldn't need more parking.
Okay. And do we need a dumpster enclosure here?
We
Is
do,
there
and
one?
they are showing one, yeah. It's on the site plan, it's this black
Oh, I see.
square in the middle.
Okay. Are we saying that the front doors of these homes are interior to the lot? since the garage is off the back? I guess where I'm going with this, Emma, is this interior, what do I call it? Patio area, courtyard area is, I just don't know how much it's gonna be used. I don't know. I mean, it's nice, but I just wonder if it's functional. Okay. Those are and I guess my final question is, did the topic of providing workforce or affordable housing ever come up? Does the applicant, were they told about all of the incentives in our code for providing affordable housing in this location?
I'm not sure as far as their initial conversations, because that happened several years ago.
Okay.
And then this came to us pretty well baked.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Those are all my questions. Okay, so we will now turn it over to the applicant. If you want to come up to the podium, tell us about your project, give us your name and
Sure.
brief introduction and tell us about your project.
My name is Ed Enck. I'm the lead designer on the project. My teammates here are Rhonda Campbell and Scott Campbell. Rhonda's a longtime realtor and resident, and Scott is part of Campbell Construction. We've done multiple projects together for the last, I think we decided 20 years here in Frisco. The only point I want to make was about how we laid out the project overall. The developer went over and above in moving the house to where we did, because now the house and the duplex sit across the street from the only single family residence that surround the space. So the transition is less abrupt, right? And the two triplexes now face either high density residential high or central core or PUD. So there was an intent on where we located things. Your comment on the courtyard, we made the courtyard as wide as we can because we have another project at 313 Galena that is the same layout with two triplexes. And I wasn't very happy with the tiny courtyard we ended up with. This one, we pushed them out as far as we could and still get the parking in, and hence some of the tight parking. But we get a nice courtyard and we're going to put in an amenity space. I know I have a condo here in Frisco, and we chipped in and bought a picnic table, and it has become the center of our complex in the summertime. So just that, if that's all they do, is really nice to have. As far as the tight curves on just two of the units in the front, we've done three projects with that exact template for the curves. We've had it gone through by our civil engineer, and we've really had no negative feedback that I know of from any of the purchasers that things are just too tight. I mean, not a lot of people have 4 cars anyhow, but that's kind of irrelevant. As far as the tight driveways on the alley, we spent probably 4 DRC meetings and 4 different site plans or more. And the final compromise was, okay, we'll get rid of what we actually have 2 existing accesses on Granite. But because of the new improvements that are going in, and at the time, I think they were planning a bicycle path right there too. We gave up one of those accesses sort of in exchange for additional ones where they said is a low traffic area since it's an alley. So that was a compromise that we certainly worked out with Public Works. Bulk plane, there is one error on there. It's actually a modeling error. So at this point, we don't have any real bulk plane encroachments. Bike parking's easy, pitched roofs. The other criteria, or the main criteria for a bedroom, is minimum of 70 square feet. That space is 49 square feet, so it's absolutely tiny. Parking, driveway, Public Works. The snow storage, we were kind of thinking adjacent to parking lot rather than adjacent to each individual space, but we'll listen to your comments on that. It's funny keeping the house there was actually the old owner's request to not lose grandpa's house. And it's worked out really well, especially with transitioning from, a low density neighborhood to our higher density neighborhood. And I think that's all I got. So appreciate your time and look forward to your comments.
Do you want to speak a little bit about the architectural inspiration?
Oh, sure.
And-
It's simple. There's obviously there's killer views from that lot, especially when you're up a story or more. So we have a nice kind of glass cube in the front of a bunch of, I think all the units that kind of looks in multiple directions, works in a fireplace and everything. The overall concept though was to kind of be contemporary, but at the same time give a nod to the old mining Main Street towns and the varying flat roofs and some of the pitched roofs that are really sometimes porches, and then the slope of those flat roofs that go to the back of the building. So there was some inspiration from, old time architecture as well as blending in some very modern stuff. So, and the materials we've had great success with all over town. We vary them a good bit from each project to project. So it's been a very fun project for me. That's it.
Great. I know we're gonna go around and ask questions, but I'm gonna ask just the one more. Did you consider any of the affordable housing incentives and giving us some work?
We always look at them with every project we've done. The increase in density is probably the only thing that kind of almost saves them. The problem is the way the law is written right now, they cost more to build than you can sell them for. Between the high land costs, especially this close to downtown, and the high construction costs everywhere, they don't pencil out whatsoever from a developer's standpoint. There's, even though you get one extra unit, you could put that square foot back into some other unit and make money rather than actually losing money on an affordable unit. We had really wanted to do it because we have some people that would like one. So I think our affordable unit is actually the house that's still there. Because it's very small and I don't know what it's going to be worth now, but it's worth something.
Okay.
So yes, we did. We look at that on every project. We'd love to be able to do some. We can't find a developer who will approve it from our design standpoint. But you guys are changing that, so sounds like.
Well, we already did.
Well,
Apparently it didn't put you over the edge, but that's okay. Great, thank you. Sorry, questions, April.
Before you get into questions, I'll clarify on the bedroom, if you don't mind, so where planning came from when they are looking at that space as a bedroom is that our planning definition of a bedroom is different than building. And we say, even if it's enclosed by walls and doors, that's all it needs to meet our definition of bedroom. And so we have or statements. And so we don't like it because we would like to actually come into conformance with the building code. And we're looking to do that internally after the building code is fully adopted next week. But it is from planning, technically a bedroom by our definition, but I want to recognize that Andy and Mr. Enck are correct that from a building code standpoint, they have different regs.
and I think that the town of Frisco definition under their definitions says minimum of 700 square feet.
Now,
And it's got some but the only was room or space.
yeah, we don't
And-
have it in planning, no size in planning, which we should to match building, but yeah, just to clarify.
And it's not even building. I think it's just the town
Oh,
definition.
yeah, not through
We
planning.
looked carefully.
So,
All right, April?
So
Questions of the applicant?
just one question, the most of your renderings show hot tubs on lower decks and things like that, but would the roof be able to sustain a hot tub on the upper decks?
They we will design them because we don't do it. But I'm also the structural engineer. Well, actually, I'm not on this project. That's funny. I've done structure on all the other ones, but we will design that roof structure to support a roof deck, because once it's out of our hands, there's nothing we can do to stop somebody from getting a crane and putting one up there.
Right, okay. That's it for me.
Thanks, Andy.
I just had one sort of housekeeping question. On your site plan, it seems like we're maybe in progress. You have a lot of pathways that don't lead to the doors that go into
I think I might have missed one or two that we moved the doors.
that's kind of what I
But,
thought. So
yeah.
those are intended to
Then
They'll align
intended
with
to
the
back
door
up with the
locations.
door. And to answer your question on the courtyards, those are just doors to the garages.
Yes.
Interior doors to the garage only. Front doors are always around the outside where those sidewalks end up.
And I think you're showing some things that look like double doors, but those are actually window swings. Am I?
Those are
correct
window
in showing
swings swinging out. Yep.
Okay. Okay. That's all I had.
Will you explain to me why it's not a flat roof?
Why, what?
The roof is not a flat roof, right? We can't have flat roofs, correct?
We can, they just have to have.
They just have to have
Elements.
Pitched elements. Do you just want to give me your architectural?
Sure. Again,
view
I'm
of-
gonna go back to the flat roofs that were on, well, not quite flat because we slope them all a good bit to the back of the project. But they are technically flat roofs. And that comes from the old mining downtown or their Main Street look. And then we have been, and we can add a few more, doing the sloped roofs primarily as deck covers, patio covers. And then again, that's sort of mimicking the old style downtown Main Street facade. But I did notice that there's more on one of the buildings than the other. So if it's a criteria for adding a couple more elements of roof of slope, that's something we can certainly handle. And we've already sketched.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just wanting kind of your pitch on that.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Playing Ira tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would have a question, but I think you'll just analyze this more, just how the pedestrian flow works on here. But I have just strong feelings that when we come back, you'll have a good explanation on the pedestrian flow. But right now, I'm.
I'd
really
love to
confused.
hear that.
Okay, maybe you can put up you might need to put up the segment there.
Do you mind
For
putting
sure.
up something that shows the
I mean, my criteria is to get from every front door to the right of way or to the paved surface that's out there. We've working directly with Public Works on your complete street plan so that we don't do some grading or something that screws that up. It doesn't seem like the design's far enough along for us to really know what they intend to do. Putting in a sidewalk now might just screw up their whole plan and they might have to take it all out. But we're watching the progress of that and discussing it with them so that we don't mess up, especially with our driveway, their plans. Otherwise, internally, I've tried to put a sidewalk that goes from the back door of the garage, the man door in the back of the garage, into that common space so that you can, sneak out that way really easy. Meet your friends at the picnic table or whatever it is in that common space. Aside from that, there's no other rhyme or reason particularly.
Is that courtyard, like, say I'm sneaking out my back door, I meet my friend at the table, and then we decide to go get a drink on Main Street. How are you envisioning us walking over to Main Street?
Well, looks like you're gonna have to go out into the driveway at that one spot.
And
get
if it's a
around
little
through.
tight, like where the dumpster is and the parking space is, so just some,
Yeah, you're right. You're gonna have to go get your coat inside and meet out front.
yeah, anyways, I think this will probably get fleshed out a little bit more. Thanks.
Candace, any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I think just building on what you're talking about, like the internal site, but also the distance from the property line to the road seems really big. And I know that's town or county, but like, I would just say continue that coordination. It sounds like you're doing it and some of the plans aren't far enough along, but like,
Well,
that's a big element
the-
of
the
integrating
town-
this parcel.
town
into the-
requirement is that we run the sidewalk out to the paved, if it's paved, out to the pavement. And since there isn't a sidewalk there and we don't know what they really are gonna want, it's a tough one. You're right.
Right.
I mean, it'd probably be less sidewalk for us if we put one in at the edge of the lot. And but where's it gonna go? It doesn't, you still gonna have to walk in the mud to get to downtown somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, there's, since it stops at the end of our property, or it would,
Yeah.
but we'll keep working with those guys and
My other question is kind of twofold. One is for these rooftop decks, like how does snow removal look in reality, both for the rooftop ones and then the one, is there a deck inside that pitched roof on the side?
there is one on the side. I don't think I've really looked at the one on the second level so much. Mostly because most of them are sort of covered. But that one's a good one. The snow removal is by hand, obviously, on the roof decks, and the roof decks are then held close to the courtyard. And then right where you throw the snow off, we have some designated snow storage right there where they would throw it down onto. So it's thought through and planned out. They're accessed by spiral staircases, exterior spiral staircases. And we have tucked those in to crevices or cuts in the buildings rather than kind of putting them on the outside. We could just go right up the outside of the building, but they don't look that great. So we've tucked them into the building everywhere we can.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. I had one more, it went away, I swear. Oh, I know what it is. Kind of just my curiosity, but you see, I know you guys have done several of these projects all over town, and I'm curious, who's your buyer? Who are you designing these for? And Rhonda, come on up if you don't mind.
I have to defer to Rhonda on that one. I mean, I know who's buying them, but
I mean, these units, it seems like at least this year, it's been a lot of people, it has been some people out of state, and then also some people from the Front Range. Pretty much, yeah.
Because in my experience, it's typically thirds, typically three local, or third local, a third from Denver, and a third out of state.
Pretty much, I mean, lately it's been back east. There's a few people from there, and then there has been, I would say the same, exactly what you're saying. I mean, the smaller units, or we've had actually a couple locals who have asked me about them, about purchasing those. They're, been wanting to move up, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty much a third, I think.
we intentionally did the duplex, at 1,300 square feet to keep the price down as much as we could. I mean, we could have packed that one in too, but we made a variety intentionally. Yeah, it's easier to market that way too.
One more
And
question?
yeah, but I'm gonna,
First.
yes, let me, before I forget, and deep into the weeds, but are these have gas hookups?
Yes.
Are they
natural
all
gas
electric
hookups.
or not electric?
Not all electric. I mean, that's a point we could discuss. I know that it's very popular now to go all electric. If you're in Denver, they give you huge benefits on the energy analysis. But we've had really good luck with doing the hydronic in-floor heating, which, man, to do that electric would take an awful lot of electricity. We're also talking about doing some geothermal chilling of those hydronic heating elements. People are starting to request, even here, air conditioning.
Just gonna ask.
And,
We-
unless you have a gas forced air furnace, you're in trouble to put air conditioning in. But I know that I have a couple of other projects around the country that have had some success chilling the water in those floors. I did it in my house in Evergreen, and it takes away the best part of the floor, because even in the summertime, it's so nice to walk around on a floor that's at least room temperature and not cold in there.
Hmm.
But it is an issue that, is worth discussing.
Yeah, I would say,
Electricity is still twice what gas is. I mean, that'll change and eventually.
yeah, I mean, I would say I wish I had air conditioning. That's just me. Anyway, we digress. Jess, what's your
My
question?
other question, the unit that's being demoed, was that a single family home? Was that a duplex?
Single family home.
Okay, there was more than one unit in there, right?
On that lot.
Well, the one removed and then there's another.
Yeah, the one that's being demoed, right?
I don't think there's 2 units.
42 Granite, the other one? Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a top floor and a lower floor.
Okay. Sounds like we made a public comment that might add another unit, but yeah, at least 2, it sounds like.
It's all one house. but
Yeah.
It's like,
Right.
there's a stairway inside from top
Mhm.
floor to bottom floor.
Yeah, I'm just asking in the context of, I think there's been locals that have lived there and now, I think it maybe had at least 2 units, potentially 3 units. It's nothing about your project.
Building.
Yeah, and I don't know the details.
Rhonda owns it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Then you would know. So,
It's been like that for years.
Okay.
But it's just one unit.
It's one house.
One house.
With a stair, and it's connected with the stairway from top floor to bottom floor.
But can you block off the upstairs from the downstairs?
I don't think there's an actual lock up there,
Right,
but
so it's
you probably could if you put a lock on it.
a single family,
But it's
2-story house, right?
yeah, single family, 2-story house that does have different tenants that are different related. But now it's down to one family.
got it. Okay.
Yeah. What's that?
How many kitchens are in that?
I don't, there's like a kitchen upstairs and a kitchen downstairs.
So we would call
So there
it.
are
Well,
two
it's a
kitchens.
small one.
Kitchenette.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
Great. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, so now is the public comment portion of this hearing. So we will open this up to public comment. If you're making comments, please identify yourself for the record by stating your name and your interest in the application. At no time during the hearing should the public speak directly to the applicant or to other members and vice versa. All comments must be directed to the commission. Statements should be brief, and free, and non-repetitious, and you have 3 minutes if you'd like to make a public comment, and I will time you. Anybody interested in making a public comment, come up to the podium, come on up.
I'm Gail Culp. I live at 46 Granite and my home is on the Teller Street alley. My major concern is snow removal, and it seems totally unfeasible that with all the driveways that face the alley, that there's any place for snow storage on our alley. I mean, the town plows come through, and where will their snow go? So, I will be looking into it more closely, and I certainly hope you will as well. That would be a major impact. Also, I had sent a question to Emma and didn't get a response. I wanted to know more about the thermal project that's happening in our neighborhood possibly. Many of us would like to be a part of it, and I was wondering if this project was tied in.
Sorry, I don't think I received that, but I'll get in touch with you. Yeah.
I mean, it's something that, if something new is being built,
Yeah.
it'd be maybe cool
Yeah.
if they were also considering it.
Yeah, I can give you more information about that. Yeah.
Yeah, will you sign in, please, if you haven't already? Thank you.
Anybody else in the chambers? Want to come up to the podium? Seeing no takers, how about online? Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this meeting and turn it to commissioner comments. Kelsey.
I think, you know, I share some of the concerns with my fellow commissioners on, you know, the snow storage. Certainly, I think that needs to be hammered out more and more with these rooftop decks. I don't feel like they're getting calculated in appropriately. But I think it's a really cool design. I think that it's moved away from what we keep kind of seeing, and it's really unique and cool. And I do like the concept of a courtyard or some kind of gathering and green space to soften it, especially with the modern look of it. But it does feel a little clunky to me right now. I think though it could work itself out and be a little bit more continuous. And I don't love tandem parking, but with the way it's set up here, but that's a bigger issue with the town code are my comments. But.
Okay. Candace?
I think Andy mentioned this early on. I think it would be good to see renderings or schematics with the house in there. I think there's a lot of the new building, but it's hard to like tell how the house integrates in with that. I agree with Kelsey. I think the design I like the design. I think it meets the code requirements. I also agree. I think the pedestrian access within the site and to the other places. I know you guys are hamstrung a little bit about what's going on outside of your property boundary, but I would just encourage you to continue working with the town and the county, because I think this is a huge opportunity on a big corner where there's a lot of peds moving through there and bikes, and there's a big project coming. And if we do nothing, or like you have a sidewalk over here and then there's a sidewalk that's 10 feet away and nothing really connects, we've really missed an opportunity. So I know you can only do what you can with where the design is, but I think there's a good opportunity to make this corner like a robust place for people to feel safe in the roads, which it's not right now. I agree with Kelsey on the tandem parking. I think it is what it is. I think you guys have seen it, you've done it. Those turning movements are important. I don't really like having 3 driveways that are too close together, just because I feel like we tell other people you have to keep your driveways. But I do respect that you guys are paying attention to what's happening on Granite and like paying attention to the zoning around it and trying to make it meet the context of the area. I have one other comment. Yeah, I think just the snow storage thought, a little bit more thought. And I think that the roof, I just know people who have bought these rooftop decks and they're like, we just do our best. We just, you know, and when you have this many units all together, it's just something to give a little bit more thought to.
That's all I got.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, I also like the design. I really appreciate the courtyard and community space. I think the way we design our buildings is like the difference between knowing your neighbors and having a community or not. So I really do appreciate that you did it that way. I like the variation in some of the unit sizes. I do think there's like probably some things you'll smooth out before you get to that next middle, in terms of like the pedestrian flow and some other nuances, but I'm sure you'll get there. Tandem parking, it is what it is. Yeah, I could see some more architectural elements if you want to add them to those flat roof to kind of meet the intent of the code. I think that could be good. And yeah, I don't think I have too much else. Thanks.
Great. Andy?
Yeah, I think I agree. You're off to a great start. I think you've met the code, you've met the intent of the code. In most areas, you've done it while still leaving some open space in the middle of the project, which we appreciate. You know, I still think we need to hammer out some of those snow storage and make it functional. You know, not just internal, but then kind of around the driveways and all that. Let's just, you know, keep working on that and make sure that that's actually going to function. Pitch roofs, I think if you've got some sketches to add some pitch roofs to the buildings, I think we'd appreciate that. I appreciate that. The tandem parking, you say that you're using the same radius. You've got the post in the middle of it supporting the decks on the units 7 and 8. To me, in the past, we've required people to put bollards or something to prevent those driveways from getting bigger as those turning radiuses start to become fluid. And so on this project, I would probably like to see us ask for something like that to make sure, especially on those two corners, that if you say people can make it, that's great, but let's make sure people aren't expanding those driveways as they live in that.
I'm not sure why we don't have that on there. It was a big issue on 313 Galena.
Yeah.
Where we actually put a
Fences.
railroad ties fence.
Yeah.
Posts, so that
Yeah.
you wouldn't come straight off
I remember that project.
drive
and
in straight off of the, street right into the driveway.
I'd feel more comfortable if there was something on those corners that enforced those corners and kept them solid and kept that driveway from expanding. I also think that the turning radius out of unit 6, you've kind of got your tandem spots a little staggered outside of the garage versus inside of the garage. And maybe if we could get those to align so that, because right now you kind of have one spot in the garage that would have to have both cars moved to get out. And if you could get those to align, I think I'd feel more comfortable with that space too. But yeah, I think, keep going. Nothing here to stop you from going final.
I agree with what has been said before, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of it, but I do really appreciate you guys spending a lot of time working through the future of the Granite Street design and making sure that your entryways are covered with that. And it sounds like your willingness to just kind of make sure that the community nearby is thought about as well. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to do that.
Great. My comment, I want to see more pitch roofs. Maybe that's just me. I wish there was more. I mean, the design is beautiful. You do good work. So, but I'd like to see a little bit more, what's the word? Something reflecting the mountain vernacular a little better. I like the materials you're using. I see wood at the ground level. I tend to not see that from applicants because there's a maintenance thing there but I'm not a designer. That's your job. So, yeah. So maybe it's some of the renderings and maybe it's my interpretation of those renderings. If you have wood all the way to the bottom, just calling it out, I guess. But I would love to see more pitched roof elements. I think it would make I get the modern thing and the contemporary. Some of this stuff that's been built though, it just feels a little much. And I know you guys build all over the town and, familiar faces here. So of course, I'm going to say, I wish you were bringing in some affordable housing. You guys live here, the struggle. So, maybe next time. And then I do worry about that courtyard space just because I just don't know. I just don't know if it's going to really function and people are really going to use it. If you say that they are, then I believe you. But, and then the last piece is I do think maybe this is just a comment for the town that we keep missing opportunities to make those sidewalk connections to Granite Street. But I've said it a million times. And that's all I have to say. So I guess I would just see if you can play with the architecture a little bit more, add some pitched elements, and I would be happy. Otherwise, some deed restricted housing with your, just kidding. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. And so those are my comments. Oh, my other comment is, and this is maybe again, the renderings look like some of that wood siding is very, not very subdued.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it there. So it could just be the renderings. It's just very,
You get from here to a rendering, you get onto the screen and it's one color, you get onto
Yeah.
the printer, it's another color, and you get a.
don't make it such a sunny day, add some clouds.
You're always kept in the black and white renderings and say, hey, here's the material.
I know, it's so
Yeah.
green
Because
on the thing and it doesn't on the board.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
where's the green? And then I got up there and I was like,
Different colors, but kind of have them all go together, like you would look at it and think, you know, it goes really well with that, but oh, it's a little bit green and
Yeah.
it's a little bit blue, and so they're all not just the same, but they all
Yeah.
go together. That was the goal.
We have a couple project examples in town where there's that just really light colors and bright in the new projects, light colors. I don't even know where it is, the one that is in my head, but when I look at it, I'm like, ooh, I wish that was toned down a little bit. So,
Tone down on we tone these down.
okay.
Yes, we can do that. Unfortunately, all the rendering programs out there, the high-end ones, have now all gone to AI. And you kind of give it commands and it does whatever it wants. There's some.
Cloudy day
It is.
in January.
AI. Yeah, hallucination.
All right. Thanks, you guys. Those are our comments. Hope to
Thank you.
see you soon. Yep. All right. Next item on the agenda. Planning file number TELEC -25-0002. A telecommunications special use permit application for the installation of a new telecommunications facility to be in place for up to 2 years. The location is 103 West Main, public right of way, and the applicant is Ben Feldman.
I just want to chime in real quick on this one, you guys. I know it's out in front of a project that I worked on. I'm not planning on recusing on this one because I didn't have anything to do with the cell towers on this project. So just want to make sure that you guys all understand there's some separation here. But in case anybody was wondering why I'm still here, it's just out in front of my project. But that's all, so just to be clear.
But to be clear, the applicant is connected to the developer of 101 West Main?
The applicant, I think technically is AT&T.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's a cell tower renovation, so it's happening around that building.
On behalf of
Great.
18. Oh,
So Chris, I think you have the staff report.
I do, thank you. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Chris Valdez. I'm a principal planner here at the town. So this is a telecommunications special use permit application. It's seeking approval for the installation of a new telecommunication facility. The facility is proposed to be operational for a duration up to 2 years. So the project is going to be located within the Main Street right of way. It was given an address of 103 West Main Street. And it's going to be only there temporary, but it's also going to include some of those public parking spaces, as you can see on the screen. So the redevelopment of 101 West Main Street has been approved as an affordable housing project. As part of the construction, the existing rooftop AT&T facility must be removed to demo the building. To ensure service continuing during this period, a temporary tower has been proposed in the town right of way. The town council has approved a revocable license agreement for this arrangement and was approved on May 12th of 2026. So this is a temporary ballast mounted telecommunications tower within the public right of way. The applicant is working on behalf of AT&T and a NHPF West Main LLC. The purpose of the temporary facility is to ensure the continuation of wireless service during the redevelopment, once again, of 101 West Main Street. The installation is anticipated to remain in place for 12 to 24 months and will feature a 60-foot tower equipped with 6 antennas, in addition to a 5-foot lightning rod on top of it. The Unified Development Code does not have a process for a temporary telecommunication facility, so it's going through the special use permit process. The telecommunications facility ensures reliable communication infrastructure for residents and visitors while maintaining critical services during redevelopment activities. It also supports emergency response and enhances infrastructure resilience. The application is consistent with the goals of the 2025 Frisco Comprehensive Plan. Those goals are D.5, H.3.2, and R.2, and those are outlined in the staff report. The application has been reviewed under Frisco Town Code, section 180-5.2.11,
which, as I stated previously, requires a special use permit due to the tower's heights, sorry, the tower's height. And there is no underlying zone district because it is in the public right of way. So I guess the stipulation is it's as high as a public utility can be. But if you know a public utility, it's as high as it needs to be to provide service. So it's kind of an interesting application because there's no underlying zone district and there's technically no height limit, but this is what we go through the special use permit process for this. So this facility was analyzed by staff to ensure public safety, adequate sightlines, and compliance with FCC regulations. The applicant successfully demonstrated a clear need for the temporary structure, highlighting the importance of its implementation for the community during the construction of 101 West Main. Now, SCH, the town contracted engineer, conducted a review of the application, focusing on both right-of-way access and public safety impacts. In response to concerns, a revised radio frequency exposure analysis was submitted to minimize the application's exposure areas. The applicant has committed to making necessary adjustments to the antenna and implementing mitigation strategies if required. Additionally, further traffic safety measures have been recommended for the clear zone along West Main Street to ensure the safety for road users. The measures are included as conditions of staff's suggested conditions of approval. The application indicates compliance with all FCC radio frequency emission standards and includes a report on cumulative field measurements from existing antennas at the property. SCH reviewed the application once again for public safety impacts and noted that the first RF study results showed some areas of the adjacent roof exceeding FCC exposure thresholds. However, the applicant has revised the antenna configuration by increasing the heights to minimize affected areas, which is resulting in RF levels generally above the roof line of the building at 101 West Main. The applicant has committed to making further adjustments and possible power reductions during construction to ensure compliance with FCC standards for both construction workers and future occupants. So the ballast mounted system significantly minimizes ground disturbance, ensuring minimal impact on the surrounding environment and the ability to provide telecommunication services sooner to allow for the demolition of 101 West Main Street. There are no guy wires, permanent foundations installed, and the structure maintains somewhat of a lightweight footprint. Additionally, the use of neutral colors and strategic screening aims to mitigate visual impacts. However, the telecommunication facility does not demonstrate that the visual obtrusiveness can really be mitigated, but given the temporary nature of the installation, no new landscaping or visual mitigation measures are recommended. So these are some of the site simulations from the application that we've taken screenshots of. And this shows the view of the telecommunications facility from the east. And this shows the view of the telecommunication facility from the south. And this is going to show the height of the telecommunications facility in relation to the building at 101 West Main Street. And these are the findings from the staff report that were dated May 21st, 2026. I'm not going to read through these two slides as these were covered in the staff report. And these are the staff recommended conditions based on referral comments that were included in your packet. I'm not going to read through these unless the Planning Commission would like me to. And there are 5 total conditions. Staff is recommending approval of the application, and this is the proposed motion of approval should the Planning Commission decide to move forward.
Great, thank you. We'll start with questions of the staff. April, we'll start with you.
So it looked like from the image, you want to go back to that image, maybe
Yeah.
from the south? There's some types of barrier around. Is there any signage identifying what it is so that residents know what it is?
So there's going to be like warning signage
Okay.
on the fencing. So the fencing does have to be screened. per our construction fencing standards, but they are going to put like warning signage on the fencing.
Okay. That's it for me.
Great. Andy, questions? Jess?
This is 3 parking spots that are going away? How many?
Let me, it was 4. I think it's 4.
Okay. And then there was also something you said, oh yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
This is not
Oh,
survey
the scale.
accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's PowerPoint accurate.
This is PowerPoint accurate.
Was there any like alternatives considered?
Yes, we actually went through multiple different sites, not, so we went through 3 different sites on the property at 101 West Main. One of the ones that we could all agree on where it still would provide service, unfortunately, was adjacent to the wetland setback. And they would have had to grade into the wetland setback to get the base for the temporary cell tower. And we figured based on the environmental impacts of that, we didn't want it there. And then we looked at other town-owned properties, but it wouldn't provide service onto I-70. And it wouldn't provide there would be giant holes of no service throughout town. So this was the kind of the best alternative we came up with.
How far into the wetlands setback was this? Like how far from the wetlands?
So it was going to be like in the setback.
Yeah, in the setback.
In
for
the
sure. But
first-
how far from the
Which is
actual
25
wetlands?
feet, right?
Right.
So it was, so the original or one of the alternatives we looked at, it was going to have to be back here and then built up. And they were gonna have to grade and do retaining walls and then put the temporary tower on top of it.
Can I
Alright.
piggyback a question
Yeah,
on
yeah.
your location?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you look at the like West Main parking lot? And that wasn't feasible? Why?
Wasn't feasible because there isn't electrical service that far in town. So actually the electrical service that's needed to run this, so it's not run on a diesel generator 24/7, is at 101 West Main.
The applicant, I would have the applicant provide the information on where they looked and why they couldn't specifically based on the service needs, I think. When you get to the applicant questions.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, I guess,
Line of questioning.
I would maybe want to see more information about how obtrusive it was in the wetland setback. Like I'm all about preserving wetlands and protecting wetland setback and environmental, but could we do some mitigation elsewhere? Like this is like a huge impact. I mean, shoot, I'm trying to keep it to questions, but that is kind of part of my question is just like the alternatives analysis and really those impacts. Like I get it. Wetland setback. We're not in the wetlands though. How far from the wetlands are we? I'm sure that somebody has some, I can tell that you have some more information to give me at some point. I can just see it. No? Okay.
Wait for.
Okay, fair enough. And Chris, you said something in your staff report about the radio frequency. It was too high for the roof. I didn't
Yeah, so this is-
educate me.
Yeah. So this is the updated picture
Okay.
of the radio frequency when they moved. Let's see if we can, where's the other picture? So these antennas used to be down here. They had to move it up because the radio frequency that's here was going to hit the construction workers when they were building the 101 West Main. So we've moved it, or the applicant moved it up. And then this is within acceptable levels from the FCC.
Okay. Got it. And is AT&T proposing to lease any of this parking from the town? Like, are they proposing to lease this right of way? Like, is there a payment for this?
Well, it's a revocable license agreement with the town,
Yeah.
so that the town is leasing, I
Yeah.
guess.
I guess, I mean, for pay, are they paying the town to use 4 parking spaces for 2 years?
That I don't know.
No.
So, yeah.
Okay.
All right, no more questions.
Where's the permanent facility?
So we're still working on where the permanent facility is going to go.
You'll
Won't
see
be on
it.
the building. again?
Well, we'll see it, once they submit an application.
So it's part of 101 West Main.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
So somehow in the building?
To clarify that.
That's where it is today.
Part of the development plans we'll see a
Correct.
This will go
Power
onto
in it.
101 West Main.
No. So they're gonna build a whole new facility on 101 West Main, which will require a new special use permit. So you'll be seeing this again for the permanent facility.
Kelsey, additional questions? Go ahead, Kid.
So of the sites that you guys have talked about, how far away do they get from here? Like how far in the town did you guys look?
We looked at all the town-owned empty lots within downtown.
Did you go towards Royal? Like towards the bike path? Or just in town?
Just in town.
And then last question, I don't know if you know this, but what's the brown box at the bottom on the south side of the street? Under
This?
the,
Oh, this?
oh, yeah, on the
Another
left
building?
picture.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Good question.
I'll let the applicant answer that.
That's all I got.
Can you go back to your rendering picture of it? So there's a flagpole there on the site, right?
There is.
So it's going to
Down,
be shorter. It's actually not.
Oh,
It's
it's
just,
not?
I drove by this evening
Oh.
and I was like, is that it?
Yeah.
It's already there. And like it does give a little crane-like feeling a little bit like from, but, so it's shorter, gonna be shorter than that flagpole? Is that my understanding? Okay, that was my only question.
Oh, that's a good.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, where's my cursor?
I'm shocked I never even noticed the flagpole till today. And then I was like, gosh, it's really just sticking right out there in our face. But it's been there for a while, so clearly it wasn't bothersome
bothering you.
until I went finding it.
Flagpoles.
And my questions to you are, I was gonna ask the exact same question that Jess asked.
Mhm.
Cause to me, this feels like a pretty bad location in terms of how much you're disrupting Main Street, and I feel like we're doing that a lot lately. Was there any way to do it around the corner?
I'll let the applicant.
Okay, and I guess, yeah, I'll ask you, but I guess I just also don't understand how this becomes a town. I understand that we're not trying to disrupt AT&T service, but also why does this become a town requirement to locate this facility?
That's in the legal documentations between the town and NHP when in the development agreements, the applicant can speak more to that. That originally when we entered into an agreement, they were required to maintain cell service in the town and they couldn't just take this down without a suitable replacement.
Right. And I get that, but why is it in the town right away? Okay, so I guess it's now your turn to come up to the podium. If you'd like to give us your presentation.
My name is Ben Feldman. I'm here on behalf of AT&T. Chris did explain pretty much the intent of what we're doing. I'm kind of here at this point to answer some of the questions you guys had, unless you want me to reiterate everything that she kind of explained. So.
Well, I think you've heard our questions are mostly around why this location?
So this location's a little unique. The existing antennas are on the building right now, and this is actually a hub for small cells along your guys' main street. I don't know if you're familiar with what that type of facility is. They're on light poles. So we have to keep the temporary tower close to this building in order to keep all those in service, because all the fiber comes into this building, and basically you can't just move this like you were asking her 100 yards this way, half a mile that way. Everything's kind of ran into that building, unfortunately. Sometimes we can move it and put it in other places when it's just a standalone, temporary tower. But this one, it controls a pretty big part of the city here. So we can't just move this temporary unit anywhere we want. Trying to think of the other question you guys had.
So do you want to give us a little bit of background as to where else you studied putting this and why you chose this location?
I think the only other place that was studied was back behind the existing building in the wetland area.
No.
I can answer.
Yeah.
It's
go for it.
Brett can answer some of that too.
If you have a microphone, if you want to.
So we looked at several locations on the 101 West Main site and off, one of them actually being Town Hall. Chris may remember. We looked at, let's see, like Chris said, every available empty lot off our site that would, and then the context I have is just that was offered by SN Canino at the time as what's available from the town. And then on our site, we looked at the northwest corner near the wetland setback. We looked at slightly further south, which was impacted by all of the utilities running down the right of way down Creekside Drive. And then the problem there is not just the utilities, but all of the town infrastructure work that's happening as a result of the 101 project.
Can you tell me more about the location that was not chosen due to wetland setback impacts and how much of the wetland setback was impacted?
Yes, I can do my best. So my understanding is that it encroached at the time because of the grading of the site and the soil. The concrete pad that was needed was going to be in excess of 20 feet. And so it wasn't just into the wetland setback, it was really close to the actual wetlands line.
What is the pad it's on in the pavement? What's the size of the pad?
The temp location?
Yeah,
Palace?
yeah.
It's approximately 17 feet by 17 feet. They're big concrete blocks, the Kona steel platform, it's about 90,000 pounds. And then the tower sits in the middle and it's not, needed to be not needed. You don't need guy wires to hold it down because structurally it can hold equipment being that heavy. So it's a pretty stout temp tower.
And who's determined that we need this exact level of service, right? Like, could you have a smaller tower with a less large pad that impacts less of the wetland setback and not have this exact level of service? Like, to me, this is really not a good vibe on Main Street. So I'm just wanting to really understand that alternatives analysis.
I mean, the existing cell site's at a certain height now, and that's what they're trying to keep. I believe with the new building going in as well, it'll be blocking some of the sectors is the problem once they start increasing the height. If we did put it behind the building that's going to be there. So it would not cover, I think, I-70 to the south. So it kind of blocks some of that area if you put it back in the wetlands area where you guys were looking to go. Because the building you guys are building is higher, I think, right? Yeah.
Is there an option to do 2 towers that are smaller?
I don't think so. I don't know where you'd try to put 2 towers now in that small of a space with the new building going in, plus with the wetlands. That was the issue before behind the building. I think behind the building is kind of your biggest problem from what it was before, right? So.
And all of that to say nothing of the additional cost to the
Yeah,
affordable project that.
True.
So it's a cost to the project?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
why isn't it not,
Yes,
why is not AT&T paying for it?
because we have a lease with AT&T for the space. So we have a lease obligation to provide the space to AT&T.
And you're not providing it on your site,
Right,
you're providing it in the town right away.
right.
I understand you did an alternatives analysis and I really do want to understand that you exhausted every effort because this to me is not a good location. If I look at an aerial across the street, there seems to be additional room. I don't know, around the corner, like.
I don't know. I mean,
Private property. It's currently on private property.
I don't know what the setbacks are offhand would be on private property. This isn't a right of way. It's a little unique. So I haven't looked at other alternatives at this point from what
So you didn't
Fortunate.
study any private property, all right?
Did not.
Nothing other than what they did before I got involved. So
So not across the street, not around the corner, just on Main Street blocking parking.
If I will add, sorry, I think Brett said this, just to clarify from the town, we had an approval, we had signed an agreement to allow it in the right of way on the side street. And then as they referred to, there were too many utilities, and due to those utilities, it actually wouldn't work. And that's when it got shifted to this location. So I don't know if it was clearly explained, the side property
Is that meant
right
by
away
Creekside?
on Creekside was looked at, and they found it was not feasible due to all the utilities in that area. We actually had originally seen a signed document going there until they realized it wasn't gonna fit utilities.
Can I just ask one question to staff? Are we the final review authority or is town council the final review authority?
For this type of application, it is the planning commission.
I have a couple questions.
Go for it.
When you've done something like this before, two questions, like, how have you visually screened and have you like used safety? Like those barriers don't look like they necessarily meet the.
those barriers are concrete barriers with reflectors on them. So you do see them coming down the road. It's mainly there to protect the tower and any car that would hit it. It's also fenced. That'd be pretty much your safety from what Chris McGullough sent on his comments that we kind of did revisions on for him.
Yeah, I mean, we want to protect the tower. It's a low speed area because
Yeah,
it's
you're
an
coming up
intersection.
Stop sign as well.
But
I get the concern.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I think at the beginning, maybe like some temporary attenuators or something like that, just until people, especially in the dark, it's very dark in this area.
yeah.
So I think like having the reflectors on there is important, but I also think like maybe there's like relatively inexpensive temporary attenuators that could probably be used. I also think from a visual, like there's maybe an opportunity to make something positive, like you have the barriers, but maybe there's like some screening where we could add art or something like that, because I understand the engineering of it. Like we gotta have service. You can't take away AT&T from everyone for 2 years. But I think there's ways, because this is it's a prominent intersection. Everyone who's coming into Frisco on Main Streets is gonna stop here and look at this. So like, maybe there's some.
It's also gonna be under construction, the entire site
True.
Yeah,
behind it.
That's
I
true.
mean, I think we have to put into reality what we're getting out of
Yeah.
this site and
Yeah, the fence is
kind of the pain we have to
it's
deal
already
with
up now,
a
the
little
fence around
bit.
the whole
Yeah.
thing. So
Questions?
I have one more question. What are your thoughts on permanent sites and where are you guys?
I think the permanent site is going to go behind the building, not in the wetland area. From what I was told, we're possibly proposing a pine tree to blend in the back.
It's also an existing building.
Yeah, it's also
So
in-
That building has to come down before this.
Got it.
So it'd be
An existing kind of foundation that's already there. So we wouldn't have to do much digging in the dirt wetland area. So it'd be behind the new building. It'd be screened a lot more from the building and all the trees around it. It'd be much more desirable from a scenic standpoint if you're looking that way.
Okay, thanks.
It's hard to make the temp towers
Beautiful.
full. It's just not possible. We can't make them pine trees and all that. You're pretty much permanent at that point, and the cost just gets to be just insane. These are meant to just come in, you drop them and you leave. I mean, we do these on mountaintop sites, concerts, all over the place. And this is one actually the least obtrusives because there's no guide wires. It's just a concrete base. It's a pole. And you just walk away. There's no trailer. There's no generator. It's pretty stealth from what I've seen over the years from a temp tower. So
Will there be any interruption in service when we switch over to the temp tower?
no, it should be seamless because we're not going to come off of the permanent tower until the temp tower's on
Good.
here and integrated.
Okay.
So we have to run power to it. We have to run fiber to it from the existing building. There's a lot of logistics that have to go on for this. So
Are you targeting a specific date at this time?
I think we're trying to target,
I mean, really, as soon as we get it.
as soon as we get approval and then we get, you know, the contractor on board and everything done through the right of way department and the permit, 30 days, 45 days.
Okay.
Did we do
I haven't
an
asked
opportunity
questions.
to ask questions? No questions?
No, I have a.
Oh, you
couple.
do? Okay, sorry.
First is how long does it take to assemble and move? What's the timeline? Is it one day? Is it?
They'll be on site one day with the crane to stack the tower and put the concrete base in. After that, it's probably a man lift where they're going to put up the antennas, run some lines and things of that nature. It'll probably take 2 weeks to get that thing up and done, and then they'll probably be here for about a week to integrate it and make sure everything's.
So will there
that's-
be road, because I know the road's closed on Creekside right now. Will there be road closures on Main Street to assemble
I
this?
believe we talked about using some more parking spaces with the crane. So they're not going to try to block off Main Street. You know, they'll do what they have to do from a traffic control plan and stuff like that. If they have to block off or put barriers on there, or, you know, a flagger or something like that, but they do this a lot, so they'll know
Yeah.
what they need to do with the city or what they require.
And then my other question, I don't know if it's for you or staff, but if, you know, we know construction never is on time. If the building takes longer or there's a delay in construction or pause, what's the process if we hit that 2-year mark to? I hope we don't have to hit this point, but what is the process should the building not be done in 2 years?
So it would require going through a special use permit.
Well, we're not,
Which-
we don't have a special condition tying this to 2 years.
We didn't add a special condition, but the representation in the application is 2 years. So I will say that it does have to be online within 2 years.
I think we're trying to work the permanent tower in parallel as they're building their building. So as they're building their building, we're building the permanent site. So basically, you know, we can see.
Its construction doesn't really tie to the construction of the permanent tower.
Existing building has to be demoed.
Yeah,
The
but
new
like,
building doesn't have. to
it
be
doesn't
done.
have to be completed for the tower to
Not
move.
complete.
Got it. Okay.
And I will say, we don't need a new special use permit. We need a new special use permit for the permanent site, not another one for this site.
But like if we hit, you answered that, never mind. But could we put a condition on that? They'd have to come back or something? I don't know.
It's already there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
But
especially.
like 2 years, like that's kind of a hypothetical timeline, not.
That's real. It can be realistic, and I think you can add a condition that if something happens in 2 years, that you either have to come back and extend it, or this expires, or.
Yeah, because I mean, it's just like, I think we need safeguards if we're gonna give up parking spots and that, so be like, this can't be forever.
If you want to put a condition of 2 years, I believe we'd be fine with that. Also, I think to go back to the monetary point, I think you didn't have an answer for. I think from a revocable license, we do make payment. So there is payment made to the city.
What's the amount?
Amount,
$1?
have you seen it? Okay.
I'm sorry.
But it's part of your long-term agreement.
Correct. License has, I think, a dollar amount in there, but I don't have a copy of it.
Typically, those don't have,
Yeah, they don't.
they don't have an amount,
It would be unstandard to have a dollar amount in there, is my
especially,
understanding.
or more than $1.
I think something is agreed upon somewhere.
I'd love to, if are we discussing?
We're not discussing yet, and no more questions? All right, so I think, thank you. We are now going to open it up to public comment. There's nobody in the chambers, anybody online? Seeing none, we will turn it over to commissioner deliberations, and we will start in the middle. Go with Jess.
Mix it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kelsey also, you made a good point when you were kind of asking questions, like, is this the price that we pay for having housing? But I also feel like that it wasn't done with the most care in mind. Like, I'm not convinced that this is the only alternative that we had to see. I'm not convinced. Yeah, and maybe I'm just not hearing it and everybody else heard it, that this was like the.
What I heard is there's a lot of conduit running to this little guy.
Uh-huh.
And so if you move this little guy 100 feet away, you have to also take all of the
Yeah.
conduit 100 feet away, which gets
And there
expensive.
was no,
I'm speaking.
yeah,
of-
no, I appreciate it. You have that understanding. Like, was there no other possible site on the construction site they could have
Right.
put this?
No,
Like,
she can put it right
I
in this
just-
little green spot. I
pick
just
up a
think
little
when somebody
lawn,
tells me
but
that
the
they're.
only place I can put this is in 4 parking spaces on Main Street. I'm like, no, that seems like the only place you chose to put
The
it.
easiest
I'm not,
place.
yeah, the easiest, but I don't know. I wasn't,
I mean-
the process and the negotiations. I really don't like this.
I mean, I have the same reaction. I mean, if this is really the best location, I guess I need to see what else was studied. It doesn't seem to me like there was I understand that there was a site in the wetland setback. I almost prefer that, without really knowing the impacts. I almost prefer that to this. I think we've been doing a lot of just overflowing into the right of way for lack of thinking of a better solution, especially Main Street. And I don't like that. And this, I think, is very obtrusive. And I agree. I have a hard time believing this is literally the only place you could put it.
Doesn't it make sense to build a temporary closer to where the permanent would be in general?
So they can't because of the construction, the entire.
Oh,
property
yeah.
is-
All right, I'm forgetting about the two components.
But the wetland setback isn't.
I want to hear what these guys think.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
I just feel like we're in this stage right now where our little town is growing up. And unfortunately, like, we've got the huge crane down there at Foots Rest, which is just a monstrosity, right? But we're living with that for a long time, and like,
Yeah, but the crane is on site.
yeah, true. But it takes up the whole skyline, you know?
I mean, but that to me looks, okay, I hate it, but it's on site and it's not, and I know it's temporary. I understand that this is temporary, but like, we have blocked off, and that's a separate conversation, but we've blocked off 3 sides of Main Street, sidewalk and parking. And now we're just doing it. It just feels to me like, put it in the town right away, and here, block 3, 4, 5 parking spaces, and.
Yeah,
To
I
me,
hear
that's
you.
Not very well thought out.
I just don't know, like, do we really want to dig up in the wetlands and have that happen? And then they have to
Yeah,
go back,
I feel
put
like-
the permanent one there too? It's like,
Because of an ice, because I'm just like.
Step
Yeah.
back to the wetland.
And I just want to know the exact extent of it. Like, that's like and I also want to hear what Andy thinks, but like, and I don't know how this would affect the timeline. Like, I would I would make a motion to continue this and just have this information that I don't have. Like, are you actually paying the town for this? Like, you just indicated you were, but that to me would be a different than the standard agreement. Like, to me, it seems appropriate if AT&T is taking up 4 spaces, that they really are, and that we know what that is. I want to know what that alternatives are for the wetland setback, but I also, again, maybe this is the price we pay and every construction project is on a timeline, but anyways, I've spoken enough, so I will.
No, I mean, I agree. I want the same analysis. I at least want to see it. I don't know. What do you think, Andy?
Well, this was all on previous applications, so I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, but I do know that the existing building is already 15 feet into the wetland setback. The existing building that's out.
Oh,
is
this
in-
one.
the one they're
So
taking down.
this temporary tower would have to get built outside of that. Because the temporary tower has to get built before the old building can get taken down. So that existing encroachment would push it presumably even further into the wetlands than you guys might be comfortable with. Because the existing building's already there.
But they never said anything about encroaching into the wetlands. They said about encroaching into the
The,
setback.
the existing building is already encroaching about 15
it's
feet
17 by
into the
6.
setback, so it's within about 10 feet of the wetlands.
So it likely.
But there was a
be in the
location.
Yeah, but I'm
No, there
hearing
was
this
a
from
location that
you.
they
I'm
said
not
was in the
hearing it
setback.
from
And-
anyone.
And the other thing I do know that was also part of the application is that they are building new parking as part of this project that will also come online. during the construction.
But that benefits their project
It's town parking.
for that project.
No,
to
no,
meet
it's
their
town park.
parking. It's in the right of way.
No, but what I'm saying is that the project that comes in is also building and providing new parking spaces that aren't part of the required parking for their project. There are new town parking stalls. So as those get built, that might offset some of your concerns about losing these during construction.
Oh, the one across the street.
No, no,
No.
no.
But
This
so
one.
this is gonna extend, but yet because a few of these parking spaces are gonna be for the benefit of the new housing only. Anyway, but that's a future condition. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't take away from the fact that for 2 years, this would be obstructing 5 parking spaces on Main Street.
But like, they wrote an agreement that said you can do this, so I don't know that we can be like.
Town council already approved the use in the right of way. That was approved at town council last week.
And I totally agree with your statement.
Yeah.
I do. But I'm like, West Main, a lot of the time isn't as busy as this Main, and I just struggle to hear, we need housing, and they'd be like, we're gonna slow the project because of the tower. I think it's temporary and we need to put a condition that it's gotta begin in 2 years
Yeah.
or come back and do this.
But then we'll just renew it because it's already there. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the point of, if, once it's there, it's there. It'll stay there for 5 years if they need it. We'll keep renewing it because there's no other place to put it. That's how they're gonna get this original approval.
And it's hard to
There's
move it.
no-
There's no way to move it.
But like, they want it up too. Like,
Right,
I
of
don't think
course.
anybody
But
wants
I'm
it
just saying, if there's an
here.
unforeseen delay,
But it's on the housing
Yeah.
project, right?
It's
I mean,
also
I'm thinking-
AT&T. AT&T is the applicant.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you some of the previous applications that we went throughout. So this is one of the locations that we looked at. They would required to build a retaining wall because there's a big, as you know, hill right here. That was one of the locations we looked at.
wetland setback line is on there.
So the wetland setback line is actually along here.
So is it not in the wetland setback?
No.
This one's on the utilities.
One of them. This is just one. This is just
Oh.
one.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's
This
okay.
is the location that originally the town manager's office signed off on,
Mhm.
but then the utilities were in the way.
Right.
It wasn't, this is not feasible. They thought this would
Feasible.
work, but then the utilities are in the way of that one.
Mhm. So these are all the different options of locations that were gone through. So looking at it, existing building to be demolished, possibly putting it over here. Like I said, it was gonna be over here, looked at it over here.
But
So-
on that, and maybe we went over this already, but so we had, why couldn't we put it in Creekside? There was a bunch of utilities there.
Correct.
Correct.
It cannot go on Creekside. That is feasible, not feasible. The town and the applicant have confirmed it cannot go.
Creekside.
And this is not feasible also, the one you're showing us here.
Correct. This is not feasible.
And then on the page you just showed us, there was like option 2 and
So these weren't going to work either because of the amount of grading that was going to be needed. And then the tower would actually be where they were demoing the building.
How long after the building is demoed can construction on the permit one start? How long do you have to wait?
So.
Do you have to wait the full-
Permanent cell tower?
Yeah.
It's a 15-month construction period in total. In theory, 12 to 13 months, depending on all kinds of things that have to happen.
Okay, I was just curious.
Once they're out of the way, where we're proposing it, and we can get in there, it'll probably take 8 to 12 weeks to build the new tower. Because we'll more than likely have all the engineering done, everything through here, permit, the power will be ready, our fiber will be there. It'll be pretty seamless.
So the red squares, those are the locations that we studied? That yes, is that right? The red squares? And so on that top corner where there's nothing happening. Yeah.
Top of the other building, oh, over there.
This one?
Mhm.
So this is the floodplain, this red line is the floodplain setback. And then we've got the wetlands that are here, and so this is the wetland setback. And this would be considered the new access that needs to be built. And so they would have to push the tower back here to accommodate the construction of this. This might be better.
From a staff perspective, I'll just put out there, and this could or could not be part of your thought process as commissioner, because it also could be looked at as the applicant could have submitted this a long time ago. However, if you're going to impact the wetland setback, then we need to go through a whole nother permitting process to allow it. It's not an exempt use. And this project in our grant funding cannot start the project. We have timelines to build and finish this project. That funding will lose if this tower, if we have to go through a few more months, because we can't start demolishing the building till we have a new tower operating. So again, not quite in the purview, but I would also say negotiation between the town and applicant of the financial fees that could or could not be paid for the right of way is not in the planning commission purview either. So I would focus on, I think Chris can pull up the findings, and it's okay to look at the findings and criteria for approval, and you have some points for those. But I would probably stay a little bit focused over what's in the commissioner purview also, which I don't think is the cost to the town, just.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand, sorry. Are you saying that if we were to decide or recommend or whatever, that there was another location, it can't happen in the setback because there's additional permitting that we don't have time for?
Well, you can say there's time, but the town will lose the funding for the affordable housing project.
Why there isn't, why? I'm sorry.
Because this building cannot get demolished until there is a replacement cell service installed.
Okay.
So if we delay the installation, the review, and then the approval of a location, and then the installation of a tower, the demolition of the building is delayed by, it already is supposed to have started in June. So the applicant can speak to their timelines and the financial commitments that they have. But there is a but again, that I want to stay out of what's not under the planning's purview. But I want you to be aware that if you really want to disturb the wetlands, you're going to have a process in front of you that will take a large cost in engineering design for the applicant to do for us.
And again, nobody's saying they want to disturb the wetlands, and I do appreciate your perspective on all of that and the timeline and the context, so thank
But
you.
again, it's tough
Yeah.
because I also see your perspective, so.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're all jammed up and.
Janice's idea, maybe we have a contest at the elementary school to decorate the fencing.
A graffiti party.
They went on to AT&T, so.
Nice.
I mean, where I'm coming from is I think if there's I hear where you guys are coming from, that I think there could be other sites, but there's just so, like 17 by 17 is big and heavy and hard from an engineering perspective. So I think that's probably why it's in the road and not like, oh, this is a little grassy field, let's put it there. Like, well, we don't really want this falling over. Like I think there's some engineering behind this that like, I do think they've thought about it, and I think it is temporary. And I agree that nobody likes it, and it feels like this is just another thing we're giving up in Main Street. And at a time when it feels like we're giving up a lot throughout the town. But I also feel like if this workforce housing project is important, and it sounds like it is, and the town council has agreed to this, it's hard for us to be like, well, it's not pretty enough, so let's delay everything.
I mean, I'm less concerned with how pretty it is and how much disruptance it does to Main Street and,
You were
and,
about
and,
parking spaces?
yeah.
I think
The
to Andy's
parking
point, like, maybe in 6 months, if they do some grading work, we can get some temporary parking spaces on the construction site or something like that.
Do we have, like, I just don't feel those parking spaces get utilized.
I agree.
enough. And I think we're so sore because we lost 3 sides of parking on Foots Rest right now.
Yeah.
And then it just feels like adding salt to the wound.
But I've never.
Where it's like,
seen this-
I was mad about the 3 around Foots Rest until I saw the size of the crane and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad they're not dropping parked there, but, or anyone's car. It's just like April said, growing pains. I mean, like every corner of Frisco is gonna be under construction. So
Yeah, and I think we're in a place where I'm gonna vote to approve this and push it through, but I do wish that we had some heads up on this, or there was like, to me, it just seems like the easiest spot. I'm still not convinced that it's the best spot. It is absolutely the easiest spot, and that's why we're here, and we're completely jammed up, and we really honestly have no ability to say, hey, come back, continue this, and come look at a better spot, but I am sure there's a better spot for this, but I think where we are, we kind of need to move it forward, so.
I think the cost restraints of the project too are just so
Yeah.
razor thin.
Sure.
And if their agreement is with NHP and AT&T, it's just like the town is kind of at the mercy of it, unfortunately, but the town is the beneficiary of the final result, but gets the growing pain to look at for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's something about the process feels like we're just like, why are we here? Because this has already like been approved and whatever. It's like just
Just to piss us off.
to like have a, yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like anyway. I don't know.
Do you want to put up your motion slide, Chris? Sure. Unless we have more to talk about.
It is okay if you want to go through the findings. It's, I'm definitely not telling you you have to approve this. Because you are, we do send it to you to review, so.
I mean, I guess if we agree with these conditions and then adding another condition related to the time frame.
Cause I know it just said like, yeah, maybe we just extend it, but maybe you don't, maybe there is some problems and something needs to be addressed at that time, but. I think we do need that kind of, you have 2 years.
2 years, or else we get to go through this painful, yeah, we get conversation again.
Yeah, and I understand that this end of Main Street isn't as busy, but to me, it really is just about, this is a private corporation, and like Jess said, this just feels like the easiest spot to just put it, and we just have to absorb it. And I understand it's a workforce housing development, that's great, but I don't know.
With respect to,
It just feels like this is happening all over town a little
Yeah,
too
yeah.
much. Anyway, go ahead.
with respect to file number TELEC 250002, I move the recommended findings set forth in the May 21, 2026 staff report be made and the recommended conditions set forth therein be taken. Planning Commission hereby approves the request for a telecommunications special use permit for the installation of a new telecommunication facility to be in place for up to 2 years, located at 103 West Main Street, public right of way.
Second.
With the conditions?
You want to add a condition though?
Oh, yeah.
With the condition that it can be
Yeah.
there for no more than 2 years.
In addition to your recommended conditions.
Second.
All right. Withrow,
Yes.
Day,
Yes.
Lesmus,
No.
Forsythe,
Yes.
Seville,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Chair.
Wait, what?
Passes.
Passes. Yeah, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda. Planning file number UDC 26 0003, a public hearing to consider amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending table 5-1 and amending section 180-5.2.8 to permit residential uses in the light industrial zone district.
A little break, or are you ready to keep going?
Feeling good when you need, we can keep going, and if people need to go to the bathroom, just go.
Yeah.
Let me just get on and share my screen quick.
Thank you, co-host.
Yes, please. I hadn't even joined till just now, sorry. Okay. So jumping right in. All right, so tonight before you on this item is a vote. We're looking for a vote to have a recommendation to town council on the proposed code amendments regarding residential on the upper levels in the light industrial district. As a reminder, because you haven't had a code modification recently, you have three options tonight. One, you could recommend approval of the code amendments as provided. Two, you could recommend approval with suggested modifications of the code amendments. And three, you could recommend denial of the code amendments as provided. I put that in there because I have on here considerations for discussion. So since you saw this at a work session, it went to council for a work session, and council gave direction that was a little bit different than planning commission had discussed. So I wanted to recognize that there are a few things that I'm not sure if you're going as a commission, you're going to support or want, or you're going to suggest modifications, and it's okay if you do. It's really kind of having to incorporate a little bit of a discussion into this because we didn't have it before we went to council for their work session. So with that said, a couple of things to think about as I'm reviewing this. One, what you think about the proposed size of the residential unit that was created. Two, what you think about the priority period that the council provided direction to staff to create. And then we did not have any direction yet on what the AMI should be for occupants not employed on the premise. So James, our housing staff, said he suggested we put in 100% AMI because it's standard. He is okay if you go up to a higher AMI up to no more than 150%. Doesn't mean you want to, but he just wanted to give a little bit of a threshold if the discussion doesn't, if the commissioners didn't necessarily want to go with as low as 100. You can also go to 80 if you think 100 is too high. So just want to throw out there, I expect you may have some discussion and potentially a modification, at least on one of these three things, and it's or more of these three, one or two or three. And that is kind of where I want to make sure you're thinking about it so you know, and you can provide a little bit of feedback on those items. We don't have to bring this forward right away if you really feel like you want more discussion for any reason. Also, I don't want you to feel obligated. You have to make a decision on this one. We're anticipating it'll go to the council, we don't have it on next week. So we're thinking maybe in 3 weeks, but we'll see where we're at. So just so you know, is a timeline for this. Okay, so also keep in mind, if these code modifications are adopted, a covenant will be required to be recorded. Staff went and we started drafting the covenant. We gave it that has outline of what we need. We're kind of going off of our ADU covenant in a way because it's a rental. And so it made sense to use it as a back template. Our attorney asked us to pause until we have code language approved, and then he wants to fine tune the covenant. So I don't have a covenant to provide to you because our attorney wanted to wait till we had the official guidelines but I can assure you that there will be a good covenant that meets whatever direction is in the code changes. I also wanted to explain why you don't have that. A couple of things that you might have questions on that will be in the covenant include defining a person employed for a business within Summit County, which we already have a definition for that's explained in them. And then also we have to come up with language to, if this goes through, to clarify how a property owner would document occupancy of a vacant unit was given priority to people employed for a business located on the premise before they opened up to anybody in the community. And I'm going to break that down a little bit. I just want to let you know there will be a covenant. It will have all this in there. Okay, so a quick reminder that you looked at this on February 19th. We kind of threw at you really fast because we were not going forward with it yet. And then we were asked to put it at council at the next week. So we had to just quickly ask you some questions. We did have feedback from commissioners on February 19th. A couple of you thought maybe it shouldn't be limited to just employed on the premise. So the direction council gave us that I'll review with a priority period may be amenable to everybody, because there was some mixed opinions at that February 19th meeting. Also, it was talked about design guidelines, specifically not allowing one giant first floor to add one small unit on the second floor, and then not having that design be very compatible with the area or future units. Our attorney didn't feel like there was good language to really address that comment. So what you have before you is what he felt made sense. So it's not quite addressing that. So I want to note that. And if you have ideas, think about it. And then the importance of the covenant. It was also discussed by Planning Commission and also at council when they talked about it to potentially expand to other districts, but it was agreed, let's start with this and then think more about the other districts when we get to design guidelines, which I think is in Q4 of this year. So again, I just gave you the recap already on town council, so I'm just going to keep moving here. Reminder, light industrial is that greenish area. It's a very small part of the town that in the community comprehensive plan, it was expressed to definitely preserve the industrial type uses that we have in there. To keep them in the town of Frisco, but also the comprehensive plan encouraged having employee housing utilize the above levels. In the current code today, there are not residential uses allowed in the light industrial. The only thing allowed is an ADU, and you can have those. Again, you've all seen 10 Mile Drive. Okay, if modifications are approved, then it doesn't mean somebody can necessarily come in and just pull permits. They have to make sure they're meeting fire, building code, all applicable regulations. Another obstacle that people may find that we can't do anything about is that some HOAs may not allow residential in their property at all. So that would have to be, we'd have to see that it was allowed by the HOA prior to being able to approve a planning application. And then all of the light industrial dimensional requirements would still be applicable. We're not looking at allowing any flexibility. It would just be using what there is now. And we do think that there is space, especially with the allowed height in the light industrial district, that could still be feasible to build these. So the actual amendments that were in the ordinance in your packet, there's really only two simple things, meaning simple to explain. One, table of uses. Add a dot, allow multi-unit dwellings is a permitted use in the light industrial district. Where I have a yellow highlight on the screen, the code already refers us to 180-5.2.8. And that's because we already have specific regulations for mixed use in central core. So you would already be referred to that section if you wanted to go a multi-unit dwelling. So that would be the first change. And then that would be accompanied by an additional, I'm going to go backwards here, a whole section we're going to go through of what residential and the light industrial would have to comply with. And this is where I want your feedback specifically. Before that, because I couldn't fit it on one screen, the first part of that paragraph, 5.2.8, we would add light industrial as shown in bold. Under A, I'm not trying to slip this in, but we frequently at Planning Commission have had trouble because we say uses accessory to residential unit uses are prohibited, and we always interpret it to say you could park. And with justice staff trying to get that clarified that you can always park. So off topic, but we just want to clean up that confusion, and that is why this is proposed. So then you go into the light industrial district, and this is probably a little easier to read if you had your packets the way it was written in there. But these are the criteria that came up with primarily through direction from the council and assistance on writing from the town attorney. So the first one would be, well, first, it would be exempt from density requirements. They would be permitted if residential uses and uses accessory to residential uses, with the exception of parking, are prohibited on the ground floor. So that number one takes care of the concern that we all want. No one wanted these on the first floor. I don't think anyone would support that anyway. Number one is confirming that. Number two is where I'm wondering if anyone has any idea language based on our discussion in February. The combined size of the residential units shall be no greater than the square footage of the ground floor. So basically, instead of allowing a minimum and a maximum, it's just saying you can't go bigger than the ground floor. So you could go 2 floors up for half, you know what I mean, a smaller amount potentially. So think about that as we talk. Number 3 is about occupancy. So this is something we didn't talk about yet with Planning Commission, but the council directed us to put it in. Occupancy of a residential unit shall be given priority to persons employed for a business located on the premise prior to allowing occupancy from people employed for a business within Summit County. So that kind of takes care of that kind of different opinions that we had at Planning Commission also of, would it be right to require someone to only have an occupant who's employed for the business on the premise? If they can't find someone, well, maybe we should allow others in the community who need housing to be able to use it. So basically the covenant would outline the owner of the building or unit saying, I sent an invite to everybody employed on this property. I gave them however many days and they said no one was interested. So therefore I'm opening it up to the county. So where the AMI comes in is number 4. Right now, if you're employed on the premise, there is no proposed AMI because basically it's just helping that employer house employees and they can charge whatever rent they feel fit along with whatever income their tenant makes. So we're not saying that their employee has to make a cap of an income in order to live in that unit. But as soon as you don't have an occupant who's employed on the premise and you open it up to the county, then that occupant shall earn a maximum of 100% of AMI.
So you're further encouraging them to house their own employees because they could charge them.
They could charge more. You got it. Now, this 100 though was not directed by council. We just had to, we realized as we were writing it, we didn't ask for a number from anyone. We put 100 in. We are happy to adjust. I really wanted Planning Commission's feedback on if they thought 100 made sense or if they thought it should be 80 or 120 or whichever. So it's great if you like 100, but I also don't want to make you think we think that's a perfect number. We are a little bit stuck because we know rental rates are high right now too. So. Yep.
Council wanted a cap on the rent for people that don't.
Correct.
Okay, they did want
We
a
did
cap.
want a
Okay.
cap, but we didn't talk about a cap. We didn't actually think to say, what do you think it should be?
High, but okay, but they wanted a cap.
They wanted a cap. Yep.
Okay.
Quick question on number
Yes.
3, going back to
Yeah.
for a second. That happens anytime this unit comes up for
Available for rent. Yep,
rent.
when a
So
lease
if
ends.
somebody moved out, they have to then renotice
got it.
everybody in the building.
Yep. Yeah.
Is there a timeline how long they can rent
That's
somebody
kind of what our
that's
attorney
not in
didn't
the
want to
building?
give us yet. He wanted to wait and not kind of use our hours, I think also, but like, just why don't we see where this goes and how it's recommended by Planning Commission, approved by council, and then there would be a time period put in. I don't think it would be
It's
black.
appropriate to not leave it vacant,
Correct.
but it's like, well, then somebody's gonna move in for 5 years and be like, this is killer.
Yeah.
But, and then like when they need it, it's like, you don't want to just boot somebody. So I think that somebody outside of like not an employee should be like a 6 months to a year lease that you have to recheck.
Not actually talked about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was thinking the same thing.
Landlord, or sorry, that this business owner would take care of that with the lease.
Feel like that, but then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I'm getting money and whatever, like, but then I guess they get in there.
They get more money if they employ.
Yeah, I guess it could be on the landlord. It just seems like all of a sudden it's just gonna be like a light industrial that's just a rental unit to be
Well,
used.
maybe you can only have a 1-year lease and you have to renotice it every.
Yeah,
every
I
2
just feel like
months.
you don't open it up to the I know it's on the business owner, but it just seems like we're doing this specifically. Like it's got to transfer with the business, that kind of thing.
So what happens if their person is employed by that business, but then they take a job in Summit County?
Then they'd have to, ideally, the way it's being considered right now, that tenant would have to leave.
Or they'd renotice it.
Or they would renotice it,
And
no
they would
one was
adjust rents.
interested, then they could, but if someone on the premise was interested, they'd have to give it to somebody else who's employed on the premise.
And their rent.
Can't just terminate a lease though.
Right, that's.
Well, but if you say.
To finish out the lease.
Yeah.
It would be when the lease ended,
You're looking
correct?
at months at a time, and so you'd have to re-qualify every 12 months.
And how many businesses are gonna actually jump in and build it, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like. Cause it
Probably
costs,
businesses that have employees that need a place. to
Yeah.
stay.
yeah,
That have the money to build it.
and it's never for sale, like it's only a rental.
And
it's
it's
not
only
like-
that number 5, residential units should be
Yeah.
prohibited.
So,
Yeah.
number- for-
And we're probably gonna get to this, but what are we doing about parking?
So
There's not a
parking,
lot of additional parking available on 10 Mile Drive, right? Like are we saying
think
that if you
there's
add
any.
one of these, you've got to add 2 more parking spaces somehow?
it would be 1 parking space or
Okay.
2, but depends. Yeah, maximum of 2, I think, are affordable housing, because we have that, sorry, I'm trying to put planners on the spot. We could look it up. Affordable housing has a different cap.
But they'd have to add parking.
They would have to show they have the parking. What we have found is a lot of this, sorry, not a lot, some of the buildings that have inquired about other things like expansions and things, some of them have surplus parking and some don't have surplus. It's definitely, parking is a topic, you heard this all, at the joint work session last week that we're gonna have to discuss again this
Yeah.
Q3, I think it's on, so.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
would this be eligible for our mixed use parking credit where you're allowed to say that a business spot could double as a residential spot because they're used at different times of the day?
Yeah, I believe that's not just for mixed use. I'd have to check, but that's a really great point that it should.
It seems like
Yep.
it should, because probably if you're an employee and there's a spot for you to park as an employee, and then that just turned into your overnight spot because you're living there, there should be some way to account for that. And we already have that mixed use parking credit
Yeah.
in the code, so.
We do, and I wish I could, I wanna flip to the code while I've got my screen up.
I was thinking the same thing, but then I was like, but now if anybody can live there, right? Like if,
Right,
yeah.
if it's not an employee.
Yeah,
But it's still,
Yeah.
but it's still that person's then going to work somewhere else.
That section of
You know,
code
like,
would,
but maybe they were.
during the day, I guess it could.
That's what we're saying, the business needs the spot during the day, that's what our mixed use parking
Yeah.
credit basically says, is that in a mixed use situation, you can
Yeah,
overlap
you
your
can overlap.
residential and your commercial parking requirements because you're presuming that at least most of
Yeah.
those spots, maybe not every spot, is getting used by the business during the day and the residents at night.
Yeah.
And so I think that we would want to make sure that somehow that works into this. Because it would stink to say, well, you've got 8 spots for your business, but you can't build this unit because there's no parking. You're the only person
Yeah.
parking there overnight.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like we should let parking be a hindrance
Agree.
if we can help it.
Yeah, we're checking now on Chris's computer to see if it says just mixed use, then we would probably ask you if you want to make a recommendation to also modify that. To like,
Yeah, this
yeah,
is such a specific situation in the light industrial that, we don't have mixed use in the light industrial, so this would kind
Yeah.
of be its own use of a similar parking arrangement.
no, it says LI
Okay.
already. Excellent point. Wait, that's the 20.
Mixed use.
Yeah.
shared parking
Yep,
provisions.
so it's already allowed.
Good.
Thank you. Good point though in question. That's why I was kind of felt like we are gonna need some discussion on this and your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I got us off track. We were on.
Sorry.
Number 5.
And then we started having a different topic here. 5 is prohibited from being sold. And number 6, prior to issuance of a building permit, that covenant has to get recorded. reviewed it. It would be our standard covenant. We'd review it and record it prior to being even allowing a building permit to be issued.
Attached to like a business or a building or a parcel.
Property, so through the count, it's identified by whatever the address unit that would be given by Summit County GIS. So it's identified by a unit and address, but it's recorded in the clerk's office on the property.
Are those units leased often? Are they owned by the business or are they owned by?
It depends on which property you're looking at.
So it would have to obviously be the property owner that wants to build this, but it could be the business that's leasing the space would have the ability to put their employee in that space.
The owner's permission and everything, yep.
I guess I have a question about the process. Because it says the covenant has to be submitted. And that to me implies that the applicant is writing the covenant.
So it would be filled out, so we can definitely, good point.
So the covenant is the standard covenant.
It will be the standard covenant for this purpose, yeah. Not the standard covenant, but yeah. So yeah, we could, a good point. I'm thinking in my head of a better wording.
It has to be
The
filed.
covenant,
The
the
town
covenant
covenant.
has to be reviewed and recorded at some point in the process, but it's not like it's written willy-nilly by whoever.
I would say maybe the standard.
Has to be agreed upon or
Recorded.
signed.
Yeah, we want to start recording them because there was a lapse in time. We used to require them prior to recordation. And then when they actually had built, they put a unit number on and platted it and we recorded it again on that like condo unit, if it was a condo unit. There was a lapse where planning staff wasn't doing that and they required them prior to a plat. So now we have people who want to sell a unit. It's been built. They're trying to plat it and they're giving us covenants that they altered the words on and that we're catching. So now they're mad we're holding up their plat and their selling of the units, but it's because they changed the covenants that we require. But because of that, I want to go back personally and selfishly to requiring them prior to building permit, recording them, and there is no them delaying and then getting mad that we held it up. So
I mean, in practice, you're actually handing them the covenant.
they fill it out, they give it back.
They get to sign it,
Mm-hmm.
but like,
Correct.
they shouldn't be messing with the wording.
No, well, they do here.
Yeah, so that's why.
So this, we're trying to just get it done ASAP and not, that way if they change it, we're not holding up them selling a unit, we're just holding up issuance of a building permit. But I do see what you're saying about it. Sounds like it doesn't make it sound to somebody that it's a standard covenant. So we can add standard covenant. Shall be completed and recorded or something. I just want to include the town in there too, to make sure they know, because we also have had a former developer like 10 or 15 years ago who recorded his covenants and changed them without the town looking at them. So.
So according to number 2, if you have 900 square feet, you can still build 2 small units.
Mhm.
Okay. And we're not going to put a limit on like the smallest size of unit.
Straight now.
We're not putting a limit on the size and also the number of units, right? Thinking unit.
Yeah. I'm fine with number 2, which allows like a significant amount of residential in light industrial, provided number 4 does not go above 100. And I'd almost like 100 right now is really high. Do you guys know that a 2-bedroom is $3,300? So I'm a little concerned, honestly, and I don't mean to like throw James under the bus, that he would say like, hey, they can go up to 100.
His suggestion.
Okay.
It went quick today. What about if they want to go higher? And he's like, well, this is but he was the one who wanted 100. I'll be clear.
Go for it, you just
Brennan,
added some.
This is the income
I
of
don't
the
know.
people. Right? This is the earning a maximum of 100% AMI, not.
Oh. That's
not
a really
the-
good
Not
catch.
the rental rate.
I don't.
So it's the person.
Our covenants, we always require the rental rate to match the income. So we don't have a buffer. So it would be 100% rental rate. That's the way the covenants are all written in Frisco. Correct,
It
hundred
could be
percent
below.
AMI, 100% rental rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to your point, Jess, that would have been,
Got it.
that is the,
Usually-
no, that you were right on what you
I
said.
think, not to get into a different conversation, right? But like 100% AMI rental rate for a 2-bedroom is now $3,300. I wouldn't be like upset if your standard thing gave people like a 20% buffer on what they earned, but that's a different conversation. All I'm gonna say is like, if you want to go with number 2, which allows a lot of residential, you need to really make sure number 4 does not go above 100, because if somebody's like, hey, I asked everybody in my place if they wanted to rent this 2-bedroom at 150% AMI and they didn't, so I'm just gonna rent it to whoever at $5,000 a month, and they could do that. So those two really need to be tightened up.
Yeah, good point.
And if there's a way to have a buffer for income above the rental rate so that they're not necessarily the same, that would be, yeah, support that too.
I think we could probably do that in the covenant. It's not in our standard covenant, and even though we never got through the standard covenant revisions, that was the direction we had received so far from council, was to have a 20% buffer was okay. And I think because it's standard everywhere.
I think they need to be really strict on like who can live there, who can do this, because this is a very important district that cannot get out of hand and then be short-term rented. Like, I think the light industrial needs to be protected priority to housing there, and the housing needs to be local and never above 100 to me, in my opinion.
Yeah,
No
I mean,
loopholes that can be exploited there.
I guess you could exploit it if it's your employee. You can
Right.
charge them whatever you want.
Cause you charge, yeah.
Yeah, like it's.
But again, you're not gonna.
You're not gonna do
you're
that.
not- Well, you're gonna charge what they can afford, because you'd rather get the money and have an employee who's happy. That's
And you
the
know
whole
how much
point.
they make.
But I've seen
Yeah.
employees though build employee units and then the employers move into. it. We've seen it in town on different applications and you're like, well, isn't that nice? Now you got a little house too, and you sold your big house and got the money from that and you're living in your employee unit.
I don't know, that doesn't bother me that much. Cause you're still like connected to the
They're
business.
spending
But,
money.
but I also feel like then you didn't need to put it on your business. Like the business, it's being used to incentivize what all the businesses complain about is we can't retain employees.
So if you're building it for the owner.
Yeah, I don't feel like it can be the business owner. It's an
Doesn't list-
employee unit. It's,
Right, employed by the business.
Yeah, usually you have an LLC.
It's
and you're
what
an
it
employee
Or you're
regardless,
boss.
right?
and I think that is the loophole that the employees all of a sudden like, cool, well, I'm gonna make a windfall and then selling my big house in town and then live in this, and then when I sell it all and move away, and then doesn't matter.
I don't know. I don't think people dream of living in these.
It's happened though.
I know it's happened. I can think of one example, but like, I still don't think that that's the dream.
I don't think it's a dream, but then it's just, it's a loophole.
But then we're. so we're
And
keeping-
people are making money elsewhere, you know, it's just.
We're keeping a business owner in town then.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with that. I just think that that's one way it gets exploited. And to me, the light industrial is a critically important zone for us to be self-sustaining. And you let that get slippery,
Mhm.
it's slippery.
Yeah.
And we can always come back and change it.
Yeah.
If we see it getting out of hand, we can come back and we can change the covenant that we're talking about. We can make adjustments if we see that getting out of hand, right? We don't have to just be like, well, cat's out of the bag now. Like we can
But
say,
I
hey,
would
this
like-
isn't,
Just, it's like, we'll just redo it and do it.
well, right, but that's our purview. We could come back if we see it getting out of hand and say, okay, that's not working the way we intended it.
Yeah.
We need to fix it.
Katie, you said that you've had a few calls about doing this, right? From business owners in light industrial. And they've said, we want to build.
Residential units for employees above our
Have they
business.
looked into the costs? Yeah, that's.
It's its own separate matter. We start with, can you even use wise do it? And the answer was always, you could do the ADU.
No,
and
and then they don't look.
So we do,
Then
right,
it's a cost.
yeah, if we got past step one.
Yeah.
we can get cost.
Costs are gonna prohibit this
Prohibit a
from
lot of
getting out of
people.
hand.
Yeah, and so many in the light industrial are attached. So I'm like,
Right.
how do you handle when your neighbor who owns his commercial unit is like, I don't want a unit up there? What's,
Gonna be up to the HOA too, depending on if there's party walls or if they're condos or rentals or what, so.
so we do have a roadmap to how we handle.
Yes. And council had a lot of these same questions and talk, and it was kind of like, let's try something, see if it works. We don't know if this is gonna work.
We do. I think it could be like really great for certain units. Then you look at other ones, you're like, probably never gonna happen because of the
I'm
cost.
curious to see how people handle access. Like, do you give up some of your commercial space to have an internal staircase?
Yeah.
There, or do you have to build an external staircase and increase your footprint and lose a parking space, or because I don't know, I'd be interested to see. People have to get a little bit creative with
But
that.
it's just like the ADUs until you start
Right.
making it a
exactly.
feasible avenue,
Yeah.
then
And
nobody's gonna do
We can adjust it.
You start with allowing it,
it. Yeah.
see what happens.
I also think all of these buildings are so big that like you might want to add 1 or 2 employee units, but like, how do you just build a little rectangle on top of a
Mhm.
huge building?
Structurally, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah,
I
there's just
agree
like a
with-
lot of.
And then I guess, do we have any, almost like our sign code requires that if you have multiple businesses in a building, they have to complement, the signs have to sort of go with each other? Like, could we end up with drastically different?
Probably not because of our non-residential development, or yeah, it would fall under non-residential designs, development standards.
We've seen the discrepancy you can have even within those, so you
Yeah, I
could
think
end
we
up.
look at compatibility though.
I think that we would want to.
I think we could hold them to compatibility, and we don't normally have to because people build the one building, but I think we could hold them
I
to
wouldn't
that.
want to say like 8 different, drastically different
Have
units on
character.
top of these buildings. What's that?
You have character.
Yes.
Just a couple of things. This is it. I can go through the findings and the comp plan and all that too. It was all in your staff report. A couple, I did come up with, if it works, for number 6 that Lena brought up, changing the language to that standard town covenant shall be submitted and recorded prior to.
Mhm.
So just kind of changing it to the standard town covenant shall be submitted and recorded.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my issue is the word submitted, but if it makes sense in your head, I'm okay with it.
We can think about it a little, say you had a suggestion, and then just say we tweak this, we can talk about it internally.
Or,
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
yeah,
I like that.
or you
Required.
said completed or required, but not submitted.
And the review implies, I would just say required,
Yeah, required instead of submitted.
and I wouldn't, because it's town for review, then it's like, oh, you can propose whatever you want.
Got it. Required.
Katie, I have like a nuance.
Yep, no, they're good. That's, thank you.
So it says within the row for use type in LI, you'd check multi-unit dwelling. But what if they only want 1 single unit?
It's
Does that
okay.
still work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, now I'm pausing. Can you look up the definition of multi-unit? It's a great question.
The definition, which is
Are there different requirements for multi-unit?
Would the commercial
multi-unit
space
just means
qualify as a?
part of a mixed use
Implied, I think
building.
that's, it's like,
Part
it's
of the
implied, but it maybe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like a dwelling unit is about 1, 2, or 3 condos in my head, but then I don't want to answer it now. We'll get there. Any other thoughts right now? Let's pull it up.
I'm really excited about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with, you know, Kelsey.
The box, you know?
That we do want to protect the zone district. I don't think we're gonna get a ton of these.
Yeah.
And us to, I'm okay with like what town council proposed with the priority and all that. With the 100% AMI, it is high today, but we don't know over time what it'll do. So I don't.
Would we want to suggest a limit on the length of the lease you can sign before you have to?
Yeah, I think it has to be
re-offer
a
it?
year, only a year, and then you have to reoffer it to an employee or in the building.
Or do you think?
There's
that's
something
probably
about-
something that doesn't exist?
There's something about once you have a 12-month lease,
You can't legally anymore through housing law end your lease, except for there's only 3 legal ways to do it, and they're very difficult to
can't just
meet. Thank
not
you.
renew them. If you have a 12-month lease, you can't not renew it legally very easily, what Katie's talking about.
Yes, I think you were thinking of
As the owner.
As the landlord,
What?
as the landlord, you can't just kick people out once they have a 12-month lease.
Even after the 12-month lease is up.
Correct.
Yes, yes.
You have to, you have a, you have to renew it. You're
So
required to
instance
renew
is
that month.
there
Strange.
At 100% AMI. You can't get rid of them, even if all of a sudden you have an employee that's dying for that space.
I mean, I think if you start not complying with that stuff, you have a cause, but it's not as easy.
That does not jive with my understanding of property rights.
No, I think.
It's like, I don't know.
With our housing unit.
Yeah, no, we gotta.
You just re-up it.
This is where we.
Very hard to end a lease. Tenants basically have a, yeah.
We're
But
gonna put it-
however, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Don't like it, but I guess we're gonna say yes.
It is, no, it's just. We ran into that though, Lena's right.
But this is a different
You have to
situation.
make
This
sure
is
with our
supposed to have
outline
priority.
Like 580.
Couldn't do.
Like Dad's thought
Yeah,
on
I was
this.
just gonna say,
Maybe
Candace,
like-
excellent catch on the nuance. Multi-unit is 3 or more. We all totally missed that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna suggest we continue this to another work session. I'd like to figure out how to allow 1 or 2 units.
Mhm.
I'd also like to add, or to talk about the 1-year lease. I'll get some info from our contracted realtor, who's the one who helps me out with employee housing, things like that too. And I can ask that too, but I'd rather just go to her.
Yeah, you lease it to somebody that's not your employee. And
And
they
like
did,
you-
and you
yeah.
can't ever get rid of them.
Right.
And you have
If
the
you-
employees that
the
need that
company.
space.
I feel like that
We
could be
have to
part of
figure
your
that out.
lease.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to continue it in a way because I felt like Thad and I did this and I knew somehow in my head we had some things we had to talk still through. So this is why I'm glad we did it. I kind of wish I had brought it back for a work session, but at the same time, sometimes I never know how many work sessions you want on topics since you already had one. So this is actually really helpful to me because I think we're in a good spot, but we're not rushed. So
I think we love work sessions, but I feel bad for you guys who just sit there and listen to it.
next month. Or next meeting, sorry, you have 2 next meeting when we get to staff updates. Okay. Any other thoughts on this, along with those great thoughts we heard? I talked about the comp plan, all the places it meets, and then the suggested, I would like us to wait, since we came up with these things, to fine tune it better, which is why it's good to get all your comments. And why my gut instinct was it was not ready, which is why your first slide said, think of these things as I talk. So thank you.
It's a lot
So I
of work,
guess-
but it's like, I feel like it's a good sentiment of like, we're working toward good things.
It is. and
So we've heard from the community and yeah.
So we need a motion? We
No,
need
I don't, no, because yeah, you're right.
a motion to,
We
Continue.
need to open the public hearing also.
And do we?
we opened a public hearing. We didn't open it up to the public.
That date?
It would be, so it's not, we could reschedule it
You're
because
slipping on your final day here.
I just like, if there are postcards, we always want to do a date certain.
At hour 4.
However,
No, 3.
the options right now would be, the next meeting in 2 weeks. And I'm hesitant in my head if I could have it ready for you in a packet in a week.
Okay.
And so the date is gonna get pushed potentially a little bit, because I'll talk about that during update. So I'd almost rather you continue it not to a date, like, I think
Can we say continue to be determined?
to a date to be determined.
You don't need to do it to a day specific.
We don't have one right now, because I don't think I can do it in a week with my workload. Well,
That's okay.
yeah,
Yeah, what-
it would be the next date I know we'll have we might have that I could put it on is July 2nd, and we're hoping for your sake, we maybe don't meet on July 2nd. So if we meet, I'd like to put it on that one if there's another item, which might be, but if there isn't an item, I'd hate for you to come on July 2nd for this.
Understood.
So that's why I'm kind of hesitating, like, I
Are we required to do it to a date specific?
No. Can
No.
we make a motion?
Yeah. Notice it fresh. As long as we notice it fresh, it's okay.
Okay,
I would see if Julie I would open the public comment.
I was just gonna say.
Thank you.
I'd like to open it up to the public, if anybody wants to speak. There's nobody in the chamber, so if it's somebody online, unmute yourself and start talking.
All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion of this agenda and turn it over to whether anybody has a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue planning file UDC 260003, a public hearing, amending chapter 180 of the code of the town of Frisco, to continue it tabled, continue it to the, continue it to the future, tape to be determined.
Stayed how well we had.
I really thought I had that, but I didn't.
I'll second what she said.
Fun. All right.
Okay. Withrow,
Yes.
Day,
Yes.
Husmus,
Yes.
Forsyth,
Yes.
Seville,
Yes.
Conley.
Yes.
Thank you. That makes me really happy because I had that nagging thing inside me that this was
On
not.
continuance
Right.
tonight.
Fine, there is no big rush on our end. Okay, want to move on to staff and commissioner updates?
Yeah.
Okay, so first, thanks for the work session last week. I think it was great. We will do more of the joint ones as we do more code changes coming up. We do have a meeting in 2 weeks. We're gonna do 2 work sessions. No, yes. Okay, so this is Emma's, but I'll just keep talking because she missed kind of the direction we got when it came to me, even though it's her item. Town council gave a direction to town staff after we're at a work session on how to move forward with drive-throughs, and they only want, the direction we received was to only have them in that one zone district.
What?
The gateway?
But what did you say first? I
The
missed the
direction from town council.
what?
Driveways.
Sorry, drive-throughs.
So drive-through.
Sorry, drive-throughs.
I missed it.
Sorry. Drive-throughs, that would be important to know what I'm talking about. Thank you. Drive-throughs, only allowed in one district. After that direction, we put this on, Emma wrote it all. We had a first read, we had, that did the edited the ordinance, we're all ready to go. And it was brought to my attention that the council maybe didn't actually have that direction that we heard. We didn't, maybe they need to talk about it again and that they should hear what planning commission thinks more. So Emma's bringing it back to you to talk about where planning commission specifically thinks drive-through should go in town by permitted use, conditional use, and not at all. So that's what, it's coming back for another work session to you next time to talk again, and then let council hear your perspectives on that different approach than we've ever had before. So that one got a little bit round and round, and now it's going backwards to get your opinion again, and then town council to see, did you really want it only in one location, in one zone district? So that all will be at the next meeting. And then we have been working on the landscape requirements. We had to change certain things to meet state legislation. We haven't finished the landscaping regs, but they're close enough to come present to you what the state requires we change. And what we, because we didn't like, our landscaping regs are not in compliance with defensible space requirements, we should be meeting soon or now. So we basically have rewritten the entire landscape regs. They're about 70% done with questions that we can't as staff decide how to address, like tree quantity, things like that. So you're not going to get a work session of here's a complete code amendment to talk about. You're going to get here's where we're at and here's the comments and questions. We want you to help us figure out what's best for the town for landscaping. Based on your knowledge. So that'll be a really more of a discussion than a here's what we have, because we could write different ways. We've looked at all the jurisdictions in the county. Everyone is different. All we know is we can easily meet the state requirements and there's no problem, but we're kind of turning it to a bigger project because we don't think it makes sense the way it's written right now. So those 2 work sessions will be on your next planning commission meeting. June 18th, we officially had canceled about a month ago because the this room is getting all new AV equipment. Because we were notified 2 weeks ago, we went ahead and canceled it, acknowledging that applicants, we could work around that, they could work around it. Then July 2nd, this room will still be under new equipment being figured out. but we didn't feel comfortable canceling those 2 meetings because that could be a long stretch for applicants. So stay tuned for July 2nd. We're hoping to not have it. If you have it, it'll be in a different location, most likely. We only will have it if we absolutely have to, because there are applicants who got held up by canceling June 18th. So just kind of keep July 2nd on your radar as a potential. And if you're not going to be here, let us know as soon as you know, because if we're not going to have a quorum, then we'll definitely go ahead and tell applicants now it will be canceled. So,
Is there a meeting June 4th?
yes, that's the one with the 2 work sessions. Yeah, drag races.
Yeah, the drag race is really. What are you all saying?
Is that we have had, just so you know, some staff turnover. Joe, who we loved, is our community relations guy, moved on to another job that seems he's very well suited for. So his last day was last week.
You don't have to.
No, I don't mind. I just can never remember the name.
Program,
Mile High Behavioral Health.
Oh,
program coordinator or something?
Thank you, yeah.
I think he's going to be really well suited. I'm actually excited for him. I mean, community resource tech is not a really great job. Fun, enjoyable. So I'm happy we had him.
Yeah.
Say your friends. If you're listening to this recording, great job.
Remember, all the mics are hot, recorded, just assume.
Well, it's probably not going to be allowed to be posted and filled, so we're going to figure that out. So we are short in community development, that position. Kyle Ottinger, who did our STRs and managed that position, also departed last week. So right now I'm taking over STRs for a while, hence why I'm afraid that I can't commit to having a new updates for you right away on the other stuff. So all of the staff are pitching in right now to do the work of those 2 vacancies as of last week. We have an abundant amount of applications in right now, especially small ones. So I am hearing we are having a backlog that people are seeing. So also just putting it out there to you, if you hear from people that planning is delaying things, we're not purposely sitting around. We're just busy time of year. Yeah, busy time of year, high workload, and trying to compensate for 2 positions that are vacant. And we don't know right now what will happen with them. So just a little. Or something. We do not have a hiring freeze, but we're not sure if some of that should be redistributed to other departments. Anyway, just takes a while to figure all that out, as you all know. So yeah, just a disclaimer to have a little empathy for the planners here, because they are covering a lot of extra work right now too. Just kidding. For any of us. Yeah, so that was, I think, did you ladies have any other updates? I didn't ask anyone beforehand, sorry. Any other updates? There's it.
I sat on the applicant side of a minor, I don't even know what it was, something minor, trying to build a garage. And these 2 ladies were lovely, and they dealt with my contractor, and they dealt with me, and they know the code, and they know the requirements, and they explained it very patiently, even though we were disgruntled on this side. So you have great staff, and you guys did an awesome job, and I was very impressed. So just wanted everyone to see and hear that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Even though we weren't
You
easy
should
to
do
deal
better.
with. She's better. I was like, I know these people, I should be nicer. And then I got out and I was like, how much money do I have to pay?
You were very nice.
Library
feel like-
ops, we keep hearing that might be coming back. Are we?
Complete.
Yeah, it's incomplete, and so they are also talking about, instead of doing 20% commercial, come in with a conditional use. So we'll have to see what comes in,
Okay.
so.
But
No.
Not imminent at this point.
There's no complete application at this point in
Yeah.
time. That's one that could be July 2nd. If
Right.
it gets complete, the timing would probably be about ready if it's complete in the next.
And McDonald's seems to be moving forward.
Yeah.
Seems like, when is that gonna open? My husband.
Roger that.
24 hours.
Yeah,
Three
make
months.
sure, make sure the lights are bright. Oh, yeah.
So you can find it. Find the drive-through.
Where you're drag racing.
Windows right
I'm gonna ask about Foots for us, because just, you know, we have to, standard procedure, but also, what's with the sign that's out there with the Excel sign?
Oh, the geothermal advertising one?
There's that one there, there's also one on like Third Street.
Thermal in the town, that's happened.
Yeah.
What is it? I don't.
Gosh, Emma knows the most, to be honest. Do you mind?
I just went to their like public info session, so, okay,
Signs
it's
everywhere?
very sciencey and I'll do my best, but basically, as many of you probably know, you can do geothermal just for your house, but Excel is experimenting. Frisco's one of 2 cities, towns in Colorado where they're doing a pilot to see if it's a good business model for them to install utility level geothermal infrastructure. So they'll install a big geothermal loop in like the central core. And then you can, if you live in this area, you should go read about it, because this summer they're taking interest.
Taking the remaining
people.
streets that are open.
Yeah. So if you live in the area and you're interested, you can fill out their interest form, and they're gonna retrofit people's houses and run the geothermal line in for free, for you to tie into this geothermal loop. And so there's like 100 boreholes around the town, and then it's gonna be a big loop, and they're also gonna use excess heat from Frisco Sanitation and all kinds of stuff.
Sounds really cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's super cool.
Work that out.
So we're trying to, well, we're going to start trying to inform applicants of that's happening. And it's really, the pilot is designed for retrofitting existing businesses and residences, but there's maybe some options for them to design their buildings so that they can tie into this in the future.
Are town buildings gonna get in on it first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's
town hall and like
super
town
cool.
employee housing and stuff will definitely be part of it.
Is this supposed to be cost saving for like energy?
Yeah, I think that's the idea, is that long-term utilities, like it's just, it'll fluctuate less than like gas.
Are we a geothermal hotspot?
No, I think they chose Frisco because, partly because of our
It's already
density.
fully under construction.
Partly
No,
'cause-
no, that is-
yeah, we're like not too dense. They wanted to try it in a mountain environment. They wanted to try it in a smaller town. So they got applications from a bunch of municipalities in the state, and we got chosen. So
Well,
that's-
isn't the Wendy's Conoco geothermal something?
Yeah,
I
car
think-
washes.
Oh, the car wash, yeah.
Isn't your, the 1997?
No, the Wendy's,
Oh, but I thought they were on a geothermal, oh, they're on a heat pump
Yeah.
in there. That's right. That's what I'm thinking.
What's interesting, the geothermal is really great in climates that need more air conditioning.
Yeah.
And that's what we've found, is whenever we've tried to install it, it pencils out great in the winter because you can get heat out of it. But if you're not running air conditioning all summer, then you're not, it kind of sits dormant all summer. You're not really getting anything out of it.
so that's where you have cold winters and hot summers or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where
Yeah.
it's more cost effective. So it's really interesting to see how it
Yeah.
goes up here.
Well,
Does it-
like,
could- And we have the horizontal, because you can either go horizontal with it, right, which is like 5 or 10 feet down, or you can drill a hole 400 feet in the ground, which is really expensive. So to be able to have the horizontal surface area is what keeps a lot of residences from doing it, because you need a lot of
'Cause you
horizontal
need-
space.
oh.
Yeah, if
Can
it's
you put
just,
it on
you're
a
just doing
parking
for your house.
Yes.
Like, it's able to
You
maintain.
can all go look at the informational meetings. Yeah. Some of you might be falling asleep for that interest.
They just, yeah, you can go to friscothermalnetwork.com if you want more information.
Was that your?
Well, I know we're all leaving, but I just have to say, like, do you guys know that in Gunnison County, I think does all their county buildings and all their public facilities are all geothermal energy. It's pretty fucking cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
All cool.
Did you get what you needed that with Footsrest? Motion to adjourn.
Footsrest is under construction. Anything more?
April. I left the house 11.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. You can